Hello, greetings everyone, and welcome to my first ever Dungeons and Dragons stream. I will be the Dungeon Master for today. My name is Joe Cat, and I'm joined with some wonderful people. And yeah, let us delay no further and begin. Welcome, one and all, to the Lustrous Expanse, where magic and monsters, taverns and tarasques, and yes, even Dungeons and Dragons are a reality. Today, I bring to you a simple tale of such wonders, where a small group of outstanding individuals use their might, their swiftness, their wits, and perhaps even their cunning to achieve amazing feats. Welcome to the Belcanus Necro Hunt. Years ago, a war was waged which ravaged the continent. Out of the ashes rose new peoples, lands, and laws. One specifically unique to the kingdom of Belcanus: all necromancy is illegal. For even a single powerful necromancer can raise an army and turn a city to ashes. Even the smallest incantation can be the seeds planted to grow a dangerous mage. Thus, it all must be cut at the roots. Unfortunately, some roots are too ingrained, and a fairly recent faction, a cult known as the Spine of Death, has become more and more of a presence in the kingdom. Once merely dismissed as innocent lunacy, followers of the Spine have grown in number and power, and as of today, have been bringing terror, death, destruction, and indoctrination. Not the least of which was a mere 3 days before, when a devastating attack was made on the trade district of Belcanus proper. Many are dead, and many more are missing. In a hidden location known by very few high-ranking officials, the Viscount has hired a team of adventurers for a very secret mission. The circular room we find ourselves in is stuffy and dimly lit, with banners lining the seemingly endlessly tall stone walls, and a single large rug covers the tiled floor. In the center of the room, there's a variety of papers, maps, and documents atop a round table, where 4 individuals sit, uncertain of how they arrived there, but completely aware of why. Not a moment after they all realize where they are, a 5th figure appears, seemingly out of the darkness. A military-dressed elven woman, Viscount Chandrell Miharian. And this art was brought to you by my good friend Tactician Kate on Twitter. You can find her at Tactician Kate. She is wonderful. She stands proud, with a proud posture and stepping with purpose. She arrives at the table and brings forward her hands holding a small stack of documents. She flips through them until arriving at one, and looks to the heavily scarred woman, barring 2 swords. Shelby, why don't you introduce yourself, what you do, and describe your character?
Hello, my name is Shelby. I'm from the channel, oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I'm from the channel Whistle While You Work. It's a channel where I tell stories of my D&D adventures and draw whatever fun fantasy stuff comes to mind. Now I'm playing Luna Icewood, a fairly tall, dark tan-skinned woman with just a mess of wild blonde hair pulled up in a rough ponytail. As you said, I am covered in scars. Have 2 long swords strapped to my back. One very standard and one made of a strange black metal with bird skulls on the crossguard. And I'm just looking, intrigued as to why I was summoned here.
The Viscount flips through the papers and kind of like looking back and forth on the same page. I see here that your father fought in the war 80 years ago.
That's correct.
Records show him defying incredible odds. I would have liked to meet him. And though I believe little in blood being a factor in one's abilities, I would hope such a man would have a similarly resourceful offspring. And judging by your time in the Peaks, I'd say you have some bragging rights of your own. 3 Yetis. She raises her eyebrows and tilts her head. I'd hope you had some help, otherwise I fear you may be undercharging me.
First 2, I had some help. The last one, that was me.
Very good, and very impressive nonetheless.
Thank you.
She smiles and looks over to the man sitting beside Luna, dressed in a long trench coat, a curvy brimmed hat, and with strange gear-like irises. Aaron, why don't you introduce yourself, what you do, and describe your character?
Hi. Hello. My name is Aaron. I'm otherwise known as Yaroshian. I am a voice actor and sound designer and creator of the online parody series known as How to Be an Adventurer. I am playing Enoch Solomon. I am a very skilled marksman and also engineer, as well as a doctor, as I have helped. Oh, that was Frepa. And I was just like, oh no. And I also, I'm also pretty keen on trying to help people in a lot of aspects, while also using those exact same aspects to defend several different places using said equipment.
How's your character look?
He is pretty tall, being an individual. He has straight blonde, dirty blonde hair and very copper color, as well as 2 irises that look like gears, and has a very unique breastplate, while also keeping his visage as simple as possible with this very nice blue, almost slightly Gambison-like coat.
All right.
Oh, also my hat.
Yes, you do have a hat. A very nice hat.
Yeah.
The Viscount looks over to Enoch, and her smile fades a little bit.
Howdy.
She starts flipping through her papers. I'll be forward with you, Mr. Solomon. I am not very fond of vigilantism. But it's not every day we have an inventor so accustomed to magic-imbued technology such that they can make functional limbs. And she looks over to your arm.
Well, it's a very particular skill, and I do understand vigilantism isn't well and appreciated, but when help's calling, you gotta go.
I guess I can respect some of that. And she leans in a little bit, almost to whisper. Plus, that stunt you pulled with Mayor Terrelin Blend. I must admit, I've always wanted to see what his high house face sinking in like a scared tortoise would look like. But that was still out of line. And I do hope that on this mission, you will be a fair bit less reckless, yes?
And looking at the other individuals around the table, I will certainly try.
She sighs in disappointment. And she turns the page, looking over the next candidate, a woman in fancy clothes and a lyre by her side. Cammy, introduce yourself, what you do, and describe your character.
Hey, you guys, what's up? This is Cammy Cat, and I am a, I guess, singer-songwriter. I do some D&D original stuff. I also sing covers and parodies over on my YouTube channel. You can find it at Cammy Cat. And, you know, just basically I do a little bit of everything over there. And my character, this lovely half-elf woman, basically dressed in what looks like if she could cover herself in all the colors of the rainbow, she seems to have succeeded. In all these little bits and pieces, and they all somehow remain cohesive, as if it was a representation of her. Renée Badaud is sitting very calmly and just nodding as she listens, making sure that she's keeping eye contact and remaining attentive.
Chandrell's expression when her eyes drop on you, Renée, goes from a neutral sternness to a squint and a frown. Speaking of vigilantism, Miss Bordeaux, as much as I appreciate you now working under proper legal organization, I cannot ignore these black marks. There is no less than 2 new criminal factions in the capital city as a result of your espionage. She gently slaps the page with the back of her hand.
Renee just continues to look at her, no response, keeping her face totally neutral.
But I cannot argue with results. Perhaps you can use some of that on this mission, under more restrictive measures. And she turns...
I will do what I can.
Guess that will have to be good enough. She flips through her documents, and her expression turns to relief upon looking upon the final member, a man clad in a bright yellow garb and matching mage's hat. Davy, introduce yourself, what you do, and your character.
Howdy, how's it going? My name's Davy Chappie, and I teach people how to play Dungeons & Dragons on the internet. You can find me at Davy Chappie. I also stream on Twitch, but that is less important. This evening, I am going to be playing Nathaniel Gainsby, a snake-like man wearing, as you said, a long overcoat and hat, both matching in yellow. I have spent this time staring at the woman, not looking over at any of the other people in the room with me. I understand why I am here. I am here because of my reputation. It precedes me, and I am going to respect it.
She has a very gentle smile when she looks upon Nathaniel. I hadn't expected the Witch Taker to accept my request himself. I'd assumed you would be too busy, but I thank you nonetheless. I'm a fan of your work.
On matters of magical importance, I find it pertinent to take a direct hand.
Indeed, and your exposing of the corrupt business heads in the capital have paid enormous dividends in gathering more information on this case. She looks back over to Renee. Her smile dips a bit. I do hope that you can keep an eye on your colleague.
It is my hope. She's proven to be very valuable in the field, and I believe that she is reformed. Of course, I will ensure that she obeys the rules to the letter.
As you
Hearing
wish.
that, Renee has a bit of a cheeky smile. She can't help it.
She cocks one eyebrow. I do not understand what you would require one for that one of my knights could not also provide. Still, it is good to have you aboard. Viscount Chandrel tosses the papers into the air, where they quickly vanish with a dim light. Her posture straightens and her shoulders lift an inch. Thank you all for coming. As a refresher, I have a very important quest for you. 3 days previous, the Trade District suffered a devastating attack by none other than a necrotic cult known as the Spine of Death. After a moment, a map on the table gently floats atop of the other piles of paper. And let me just pull that up right quick. There we go. This is the map of Belcanus. And you may notice the hexagon pattern grid on the map. You guys will be using this map to travel, and each hexagon designates a single day's worth of traveling.
That's fun.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Good to know.
Their leader, which they refer to as the Black Vein Queen, is located outside of Belcanus' borders, here in the town of Cloveway, and she pokes over in a little small drawing of a few housings in the top right corner. Your mission is to travel there, capture her, and return her to the capital, and to me personally. I'm giving you 14 days to do this. I wish we had more time, but the longer we wait, the stronger the cult grows, and the more likely another attack will be made. She breathes in uneasily and lets out a long sigh. You may have heard rumors amongst the people that this Black Vein Queen is a particular person of interest. Though this conversation does not leave this room, I can confirm she is indeed my dear sister, Kara Miharian. The Council and I have tried our best to hush these rumors for the sake of keeping the peace. I don't want mobs at my door making ridiculous claims that I'm in league with the Spine, nor do I want any overzealous patriots stomping over to Cloveway and sparking another war. So once you begin your journey, I do not know you. You have not spoken to me, and this quest does not exist. I don't want any breadcrumbs tracing this underhanded tactic back to me. Do I make myself clear?
Crystal.
Absolument.
If you wouldn't mind spelling out the name of the person for me.
Here we go. I'm going to put it Kara Miharian. There we go. Throw it in the chat.
Thank you. Thank you.
you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pull out a note and I will write that down.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I don't need to do that. I will not pull out a note. I'm just going to take a mental note of that.
She nods at everyone's confirmation. Good. And be careful. She has a way with her words. There's a reason the Spine has accumulated such a large following.
How so?
Well, as you may have guessed, necromancy being illegal may have sparked a few people to feel as though they have to fight against the system. Some people feel as though it is their right to use necromancy with no worry about the cost to other people around them.
You just see Luna getting visibly more pissed off.
Now then, I have for each of you one banishing crystal. She lifts her hand, and you can see 4 diamond-like crystals that seem to glow with a deep, dark blackness. And they gently float to each of you. You may add banishing crystal into your inventory.
Ooh, shiny.
All right, I will do that.
If you can strike the target with it, it will withhold even the strongest of creatures. And it is an extremely potent recreation of the banishment spell perhaps some of you are familiar. If by chance you capture the wrong target, merely crush the crystal with a significant amount of force, and the captor will be released. This will also destroy the crystal, rendering it useless. Her eyebrows start to narrow, and she takes turns giving a piercing stare at each person. These were not cheap.
I would assume not.
And we'll make sure that they aren't wasted, yes?
Very
Renee's
good.
just like admiring how it looks in the light.
It seems as though it like sucks in all light. Whenever you like hold it with like the candle just behind it, it's almost as if it's being sucked into a black hole.
There's gears in my head turning about this magical item.
You've given us 4 of these things. I understand that we're only hunting down one person, but is there something else that we might use them for?
Perhaps. She takes a few steps forward and looks down. There is one more thing. As if the Spine itself was not enough to deal with on their own, there is an escaped prisoner, a powerful warrior by the name of Thorn. It's Thorne. They don an unmistakable suit of armor and bear a large axe. They are extremely dangerous and have been hunting down necromancers, and though I normally would appreciate such an act, they do not have the authoritative approval and are causing collateral damage in their wake. You may cross paths. If you do not engage. But in the worst case scenario, perhaps the banishing crystals may help. We have been running tests. Unfortunately, for some reason, this Thorn seems not immune, but less affected by it. It may buy you some time. Are there any further questions?
To be clear, you're not looking for us to capture Thorn. If we see them, we are to ignore them.
Indeed.
But you have reason to believe that they are going to try to get into our way.
Yes.
Think it might be the other way around, that we might be in their way.
I assure you, it is not. This person might try to hijack our own investigation.
Perhaps. I trust your judgment in dealing with that.
Let's say that they do try to do such a thing. Are we to bring them to you, or
Do you want
What-
us to bring them down?
No. I will handle it. I have knights on duty, of which their mission is to take care of Thorn. Yours is not. Any
I think
intervention you make may hinder our progress in bringing him in.
To be
Understood.
fair, it would also waste a 14-day curfew. Yes.
She tilts her head a bit. Yes. You do have a limited amount of time to do this, and although all I can do is recommend you don't pursue this Thorn, if you do, that is at your own cost.
Well, I hope you understand, ma'am. If he approaches us and engages, well, we're only going to be we're going to have to defend ourselves.
As you
He
wish.
sees us in way of his mission, you know.
I think that's a matter completely different than the current one on the table, though.
As you wish.
I think
It's
that
good
we'll
to-
cross the bridge when it comes to it.
It's a good thing to know that it's good to know at least that there's a wild card.
Lady Viscount, if I may be so bold,
Go on.
you've given us 14 days with the possibility of at least a 10 to, per se, 12-day travel. At least 2 days being the most amount of time that we can do this. But something curious about the matter. Why only 14 days?
I told you. The longer we wait, the stronger the spine becomes, and the Black Vein Queen. Would you rather dilly-dally and wait for another attack to happen?
I'd rather not. But
This is the best-
curiously enough, it does kind of irk me a bit, because not only are we having to drag ourselves there, but we also have to drag another person back. I understand with crystals that could potentially be very helpful, but it could cause a scene on the way back. How can we assure that anybody might not be keeping a close eye on their so-called Black Vein Queen?
I mean, if the crystals work the way that it sounds like they do, it seems like once it's used, you just hold on to it. Doesn't sound like we'll be carrying a body through the streets or anything.
Indeed.
Yes,
And, Mr. Enoch, that is exactly why I have hired you and not one of my knights. I apologize for this, but you are taking the fall for the betterment of the kingdom. No one will suspect much if some 4 random individuals are coming together, going on an adventure, causing a havoc. However, I guarantee you that when you complete this mission, I will ensure your safety.
If we complete the mission.
That is a
Oh,
very
there's
likely
not going to
possibility.
be. Oh, there's not going to be an if.
There is no possibility of failure, but in the interest of professionalism, say that we do overpass our time. You do not want them to get stronger, but this sounds more like a soft cap and not something that is tantamount to the mission.
I assume you're not telling us that after 2 weeks have passed to just abandon everything.
Of course not. That would be ridiculous. If you do not make it in time, I will simply cut your pay.
A fate worse than death, then.
Oh.
Well, I
What
do
do
not
you-
If I
intend
may
to
be so
fail
bold,
this.
then. If I may be bold once more, even if we do manage to come back a little late, I need some sort of insurance policy.
Very well. What do you propose?
On my end, I can't speak for anybody else here, but on my end, I have 2 requests that I would like to have done in advance. And if I don't come back as a return for this policy, I will give you something I know this kingdom could definitely use. My weapons designs.
And what about them?
I will release them to your hand should I not come back within 14 days. In return, my 2 requests get fulfilled.
Speak them.
First, I need a certain magical item that can hold a great capacity within itself, a bag of holding, if that is doable.
And the second?
Materials. Lots and lots of materials.
May you specify?
Steel, silver, gunpowder.
Roll a persuasion check. First roll of the game.
Nice.
There we go.
Outboard.
Come on.
You sit in the outboard, Monsieur Enoch.
Let's see. Come on. Give me that.
What do you
With that,
what are
it
your
will be
bonuses?
with that, it will be a 3.
Yeah. And for future
love to
reference,
see it.
if you could, for future reference, if you could roll from your character sheet or from like D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I did try to do it through D&D Beyond, but it wasn't going through, so I'm not like.
Okay. Well, I guess during the break we can just test Beyond 20, make sure
Yeah,
that
we'll
it works.
check your
Yeah.
plugin.
All right. First roll of the game is a 3. Nice.
Good start.
She
Good card.
narrows her eyes a bit. I can provide you with some supplies, but not the ones that you seek. Those are some very important items, and I mean no offense by this, you are still strangers to me. You are...
But this is still a very important task, and after all, it is your sister. If anything, it might do to maybe throw him a bone.
You may also roll a persuasion check, and this will be the last one on this topic.
That's fair. I was just sitting there going,
Please,
maybe I can help.
please.
Oh,
21!
21.
Mwah!
Her face scrunches.
21.
Her face scrunches a bit at the mention of her sister. Very well. I will provide you with some of the material in exchange for your blueprints, which I very much appreciate, Mr. Enoch. However, I cannot provide to you with a bag of holding. What I can is an enchanted bag instead that can hold twice the normal weight of a normal bag. I hope that is enough to suffice.
That'll do.
Very well. She snaps her fingers, and both immediately appear on the table. A bag just kind of flumps down and sinks into itself. And, let's see. Let me just, you get 3 silver bars and 2 steel bars.
Perfect. I might have to
What
take a
can I
stop
say
back to the
except
workshop.
you're welcome?
Oh, thank you.
Now, so that bag can hold up to twice your character's weight. However, it basically halves the heft load of any piece of equipment put into it.
Okay.
However,
It's,
it still
half a
needs to
sack?
fit in there, so you can't bring like a keg of
Yeah.
ale, obviously.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the convolutity of a bag of holding.
Nope.
It's a bag of holding a little bit better.
Seeing that appear, Renee probably like leans back a little bit with her hands folded and like looks over with a curious eye at Nathaniel, like,
You may put lightweight bag in your inventory, Enoch.
Okay.
My face betrays no emotion.
She just kind of like shimmies her shoulders a little bit as if she's like a little bit pleased with herself.
Well, if we're going after this black-veined queen, do you have any more information about her besides the fact she's your sister?
She puts a hand up to her chin. She has been performing some rituals around the kingdom every now and then. If you could, I would like those stopped. I don't want any voodoo magic happening under my nose. It has been happening Go on.
Oh, sorry. She just kind of like leans a hand back, and like you can hear like the jingling of chainmail and her swords. I think I'm perfectly equipped to take care of it if I'm given time.
Very good. There are remnants of the cult roaming around amongst the people, hiding. So, if you could, either turn them in or cut them down. It does not matter to me. A smaller force is easier to deal with.
If I take care of this, may I make a request in return, then?
Very well.
My father's tomb was desecrated, and I'd like to see that it is rebuilt properly.
She closes her eyes and looks down a bit, and she thinks for a moment. A noble request. I will do so.
Gave everything for this country.
And he will be remembered.
He should be. And I like lean back with like a satisfied look.
Any further questions? Or requests, as it were?
Are we going to have any provisions or escort? Not in the personal nature, but more horses or carriage on our journey to the next town.
Unfortunately, there's none that I can provide. Recovering from the attack has made my supplies and forces spread too thin.
Very well.
I'm currently trying to take care of my people as best I can.
Sure, we'll think of something.
And above game, just to make sure, is that everything?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All right.
If that's all, Chandrell makes two quick claps with her hands, and a bright light starts to cover all your vision. The Viscount gathers the rest of her pages and seems to vanish back into the darkness, just as you are teleported to Belcanus proper. And I'm gonna grab some music real quick.
Renee's just like her eyes like, oh, so very fleshy.
Music.
And by music,
We
I
love the
mean
music.
ambience.
Ambience.
Ambiance!
Welcome to Belcanus proper, everyone.
Ah!
Well, this looks like shit.
Yeah, it does.
in the destructive sense, right?
Yeah, in the destructive.
Yeah, no,
sense,
the
you're
art's
like,
fantastic.
"Aw."
Yeah, no,
I mean,
the art
the
looks
sound is
great.
dilapidated.
Jeez.
Yeah, no.
My heart
It's like
skipped a beat
beautiful
there. I'm like,
art.
oh, God.
The town looks awful.
So this was made by good pal artist Angel. Let me find her Twitter real quick.
By the way, this art is sick so far. I'm already
Isn't it?
loving it. So
Yeah, it's all been
yes,
very good.
we love it.
Half Heart XI is her Twitter and she is a fantastic artist. She does like some really well rendered shit. You should check her out. I'm gonna just
Thank
spam
you.
it in the chat real quick. Boop,
Yes.
boop, boop, boop. All right, I'll be sure to clip that of you saying it looks like shit and send it to her.
No! Out of context, everything I say is terrible.
Contact.
Anyway,
This is true.
so the flash of light recedes from your vision, and you find yourselves in a very dusty and worn-down wooden building. There are shelves and display cases and wall mounts all over, all of them empty. The corner of the ceiling has been blown off and has sunlight seeping in, illuminating the dust within the building, and littered all around the floor is debris. You are free to play.
Right.
Well, this is all nice and fine, but I have to make a quick stop at the church.
What's for?
I need to get my tools.
You've left your tools at a church. Which one?
I might think it'd be fancier just to show. Anybody want to come?
Is there anywhere else that people need to go before we leave?
No, I don't think so.
I think that it would be wise for us to get supplies, food. I don't think that we're going to be able to afford a carriage, but if we have anything that could assist us as we travel through the woods, it would be helpful. Other than that, we can go to this church that you left your things at.
Can I look around and see if there's anybody with a carriage that needs help with something?
Yeah,
Question mark?
you can.
Like if they're like doing like chores and stuff, and I happen to see that they have carriage next to them, I'm like,
Yeah, you can give me a perception check if you would like,
I'm down. Let's try.
and I'll take your
Let's
passive
see.
perception into account as well.
Okay.
Okay. Oh,
My
20.
passive is 13. Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah.
Good lord.
Yes.
When you open the door and look outside, you see various medium-sized buildings decorating a fairly open kind of road, presumably open so that carts and carriages and people can walk around while they do trade. They're up in the sky. You can see that there's some smoke and parked airships, as well as flying mounted creatures resting on rooftops with their reins tied down. It doesn't seem like anybody's going anywhere. There's a small amount of traffic on the ground. You, as you may guess, are in the trade district, where creatures of all kinds and cultures come to sell their wares, stories, and whatever else they may have to offer to the other sides of the continent. You can see that there are various people kind of in your area. There is a goblin merchant that's kind of just sitting on a piece of cloth and is attempting to sell just like some trashy looking wares in front of them. There are people kind of going around talking with each other, trying to ignore the destruction that is trying to recover around them. There are guards picking up things. You see a few people desperately like running back and forth, asking questions that you can't quite hear from afar. There you also see a griffin on the ground, kind of ground level, that is being tended to by a tabaxi. And yeah. Various different kinds of people.
The goblin. I want to go talk to the goblin.
Goblin?
Selling stuff. Yeah.
Okay, and then after
Well, you have
that,
the church doing it.
Well,
Oh, you're doing that and then the church. Okay. There's my-
Yeah.
and I think
Okay.
Renee, you wanted to go look at the griffin.
Me,
Afterwards,
myself, and I as the player. Absolutely.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
So we can
We're
do
gonna travel in style.
we can do goblin, and then we can do griffin afterwards, and then church.
Cool.
Okay.
Sound good?
Cool.
Okay, you guys head over to the Goblin Merchant. You can see that it is a man. He is very downtrodden, and he's just looking at his wares in front of him, which are splayed out, and it just kind of looks like garbage. You see a broken sword. You see just like a tree branch that has lost all of its leaves. You see like a rock with googly eyes on it. But as you approach, the goblin like picks up his attitude and he steps up, and he starts to have a lot of energy.
Hello, welcome to Grikyak shop. Grikyak come and sell things to tall folk, just like in Trade District, like other tall folk. You like wares? Yes, yes.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Brick. Yet, I'm just interested in what you probably might be having here. I like that broken sword. It's what kind of steel you got in that?
Ah, yes, this broken sword not broken, actually. It sword from great legend from long ago of man so strong he not need full sword, so he forged broken sword. Grikyak found it in very deep dungeon, and it have magical properties.
And he holds it up to the sky with a great prowess, and a piece of its hilt kind of crumbles down.
But
Oh no!
very powerful trinket, that sword. Yes, good.
I make an insight check to see if he's just lying.
You
to
may.
me.
Can I just let it be known that Shelby the player will die for this goblin right here and right now?
I'm about ready to as well, but you know, I just need to make sure he ain't trying to swindle me.
Oh, he absolutely is.
All right.
Oh,
With a 5,
God.
you can
Oh
tell
my.
that this goblin really
Wow.
this goblin really wants you to have not only his sword but all of his stock. He is trying
point,
to
it sounds
sell
like
you. He is excited that he has customers.
So from my jacket, I'll pull out 3 gold pieces.
Oh, you see him. He looks taken aback and his eyes go wide. Oh, you will buy
sword from Grikyak?
I think that we could have a very interesting business proposition, my friend. And I kind of like pass one of the coins into my robot arm and begin to clink it along the metal. It's just like, now, I'm relatively sure I enjoy some good old-fashioned bargaining. I have 3 coins here. And fortunately, I can't use them all right now, but I can assure you, and under my hand, I have the other 2 coins. I can give you these 2 for that there blade.
His hand starts to shake a little bit. Make me a persuasion check.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
Oh my god. Renee, meanwhile, is just like has her arms crossed, like watching this whole thing.
Dirty 20.
So
Nice.
Dirty
20. Dirty 20 said 22? Oh, no, wait, no, it's just...
No, it's a
dirty 20 is
it's dirty 20, like with the plus
Yeah,
two.
I
dirty-
don't understand roll 20 at all.
If it's a nat
okay.
20,
And
it'll,
nat
it'll,
20,
glow,
it'll be green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dirty 20.
At this proposal, Grikyak's hand starts to shake and tears start to form in his eyes, and he throws the broken sword to the ground.
Grikyak cannot accept! Grikyak's stock is junk! Necromancers took everything and destroyed it! Grikyak does not deserve coin!
Necromancers, you see.
No. I pick up the blade, and I'll put it in the bag, and I pull his hand over. I put the 2 coins in his hand. Listen, I understand things are a little tough right now. I believe in you, Grikyak. It's a little difficult. I get it, but I can assure you, a little coin can go a long way, my friend. You take care of yourself.
He rubs the snot and tears from his face.
Really?
Really?
Can I like kneel down to him, please?
Yes,
just, like,
you may.
I want to like kneel down and like take a couple coins out of my bag. This ain't much. I know, but listen, we've all been hit by the necromancers pretty hard. So take this, get yourself back on your feet. All right? I'm gonna give him 3 gold.
Aw, he hesitantly takes it, and you see his hands are shaking with all the coins as they jingle, and he clasps it shut.
Thank you. Grikyak thanks you very much, tall folk. Here, you must at least make purchase. Here, take this.
And he hands you the tree branch.
Used to be branch of powerful magic stick, but necromancers use blight, suck all life from it. No longer useful, but maybe strong wizard can use.
I'm gonna take it and put it on my belt. I'm sure this will be very useful for me in my future. Thank you.
Grikyak now starts to like shake the jingly gold pieces in his hand before putting it in his apron.
Grikyak will invest, make smart investments, find good business that is rising up in Balkanus. Thank you, tall folk.
Stay away from Necrocoin. It's a scam.
Grikyak knows. Grikyak not fall for that swindle again.
If someone tries to sell you the rights to an image, do not buy it.
Yeah. It's probably stolen.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want that on your hand. I can imagine
Grikyak
the
commissioned
Viscount being
true
very
artist for work.
Oh, and then that's
I like
perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. Paying
I'm
a
loving Grikyak.
yeah, you are wonderful, and I will have to find you again next time I'm in Balkanus.
Thank you again, tall folk. And he starts to trot off, leaving the last pieces of his junky wares, not even picking them up.
Did he leave the rock with the googly eyes?
He most certainly did.
I want it.
Oh God.
I want it.
Oh my god!
I'm taking it.
You may add rock with googly eyes into your inventory.
Yeah!
Listen, it can be thrown as a bludgeoning weapon.
Hey,
Yeah.
I can make it a bludgeoning weapon. Have you seen these guns?
Watch this rock have like magic missile inside of it.
This rock is going to be what solves all of our problems, guys.
You're gonna throw it at the main villain, and then they'll be knocked out. That's what'll kill them.
Yeah.
Oh
We'll never
god.
forget Grikyak.
We're gonna get advantage on deception check when we put it up. It's just like put a hat on top of it. It's like, yes, perfect. They'll all fall for it.
Just all of us in a trench coat with the rock on our head.
Yeah.
All right. With that, you guys have helped a little goblin merchant, and you start to head towards the Griffin. You can see a tabaxi dressed in some very light piloting wear, what seems like, with air goggles kind of lifted above on his forehead, and he seems to be tending to a griffin. You can see that one of its wings is very damaged.
Oh no,
Oh.
baby.
I was gonna walk up, but no, it's you. It's you.
Yeah.
Renee will walk up to the tabaxi and just say, hello.
He,
I could not help but notice you look like you've been through something terrible.
as you come close, it startles him a bit. Oh, good. Please, if you could help my griffin, he is losing a lot of blood. I sent for the guards. They say they are going to get supplies, but I worry it may be too slow. Please, is there anything you could do?
She will take a look at the griffin and sort of like look over at Nathaniel. And just say, oh, well, I can see what I can do, but I make no immediate promises yet. But
Please, anything
me-
at all, even just another hand so that I may tend to the wound.
Of course, of course. And so
What do you do?
she will help. How many spells? I got a decent of those. Those aren't too bad.
Nothing too flashy.
Hearing that, she will nod. First things first, I'm just gonna try and see if I can help like bandage the wound at all.
Okay, you can roll me a medicine check.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey.
Oh yeah.
The tabaxi,
yeah.
the tabaxi kind of like holds pressure onto the wound while you wrap it up, and while you do, the griffin kind of screeches out in pain a bit and kicking some of its hind legs, and the tabaxi
Can I
goes to
help
shush
hold
it.
it
Shh.
down?
Yeah, would you like to assist?
Yeah, I want to help just keep the beast stationary.
Yeah, you can give me an animal handling for that.
Easy.
Okay. Oh well. Let's see. 2.
Oh no!
All right. It
I
starts
was
to...
more meaning I would hold it down.
Oh, hold it down. Okay, sorry, my bad.
She was trying to be nice. She was
If-
trying to be.
If you would like, we can replace that with a athletics instead. Just like kind of keeping it firm and steady.
Duplex the bird.
You just want me to re-roll it?
You may. Yes, that is my mistake.
It's all good. It's all good. I didn't say clearly what I wanted. That's an 11.
All right,
Not
you
great.
try to hold the beast down, but it is strong. It's large. It's like 4 times your size, and it kind of lifts you up in the air, kind of with you around its neck, kind of like "Rah," just squawking. And the griffin, tabaxi griffin tamer, just shouts out, "Casey, down! Calm down. It's okay. It's okay. They're come to help." And
After watching all of this, I'm gonna just walk up and I'm gonna try and scritch it in its special spot.
okay,
I'm going
that
to
sounds like an
use-
animal handling.
Yeah, I was gonna use lay on hands.
Oh, lay on hands. That works.
Yeah, so or healing hands. I can.
Oh, wait,
touch a
healing
creature and
hands or
restore
lay on
3
hands?
Healing hands once per rest as an action. Touch a creature and restore 3 hit points.
Aww.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
It's
I'm
like
gonna
nice.
do it as subtly.
Feel that
I'm-
bird.
It's diet lay on
Yeah.
hands is what it is.
I'm gonna do it as subtly as I possibly can because I don't want people to see me do it. So I'm just
Okay,
gonna
you can
search
give me a
it
sleight of
in-
hand if you would like, just to
Okay.
make sure. All
Oh,
right.
my-
Damn.
You just
17.
a swift motion as if you kind of like faux a dodge out of the way, but close enough to where you can brush your hand against its feathers, and a very dim light briefly appears, and the griffin stops and like tilts its head a little bit, like cocks it, and then slumps to the ground, and then looks at its wing kind of pecks at it a little bit, and then nudges its head at you, Renee.
Oh,
And it starts to chirp a little bit and kind of play
Aw.
at your hair a bit. And
Oh,
the
Renee
tabaxi-
will pet.
You pet and it's clearly getting a little bit aggressive. And give me a strength saving throw.
Oh shit! I was just going to be friendly.
Am I still like arm around the griffin? Can I help her? In any way?
You most
Too
certainly
much
can if
pet.
you would like.
Oh no!
Uh,
I am squished.
would that help just be giving? Would that help just be giving her advantage? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. You're using the help action, so yeah, you may roll again, Renee.
Yay! Hopefully it'll be better. It's better by a little bit.
Technically, it's better.
Yeah,
It's a little
technically
bit better. I'll take it.
Technically.
The griffin starts to rub its head against you so aggressively and happily that it pushes you to the ground and rests its chin on your torso and starts licking you.
No, just like
Love that. Love that.
starfish. Like
Yeah. And the griffin tamer goes, Bad Casey, down, away. Bye, large, oversized bird. I am sorry. The griffin lifts its head above you, and you're able to get up. And the tabaxi extends a hand to you, Renee.
she will take it very gently. And
Thank you
Take the help.
so much for helping my bird. We were unfortunately hit by one of the necromancers the other day, and though the wound has been fine up until now, I fear I don't want to think about what would have happened for a moment longer.
Well,
Are
there's no
you
reason
from
to think
Belkinus?
about that now.
I am
Are
not.
you-
I am from the northern region. My name is Tassin. It is nice to meet you.
Tassim. It's
This
very
wouldn't-
nice to meet you.
This wouldn't by chance happen to be a riding animal that could carry a group, would it?
Oh no, Casey is a mere little bird from the nest. Isn't that right? And he kind of brushes the griffin's neck a little bit, and it
I
squawks.
see.
How old is she?
Merely 2 winters.
Oh, young one.
Yes, but she is becoming big and strong now. And so strong. He grabs her like by both cheeks and just rubs his head on the top of its beak. You are a strong girl for lasting this long. Again, I thank
You
you.
know, I hear cauliflower is a very good feed for griffins.
Oh, cauliflower, you say? Perhaps I can get that in the market. Thank you. Here. And he hands over a little pouch.
Oh,
These
So Renee
are
will gladly take it.
those are some of her favorite berries. Now, of course, they are tasty in their own right. Most humanoids find it very delicious. They can only be found up in the north. I don't have much coin to spare, but at least I can bring in some of the things from my
No.
culture.
No, by all means, I very much appreciate it.
All right. You may add Tassin's berries to your inventory.
Very.
He said
Damn,
they
I
were
was hop-
from. He said they were berries that were in the north.
Yeah.
Could you see them through the bag? Like, or there was like the bag open and you could like see.
I mean,
into
I'll
it?
open it if you want to see the berries.
I want to see if I
Yeah.
can identify them.
Here
yeah.
are the berries. Here
I
you
want
are.
to see if I can identify the berries.
Yeah, you can give me a nature check if you would like.
I open the bag for you.
Oh, I'm not great at this. We'll try. 16. Yay, good
right.
roll. Finally.
Hey.
hey!
You've heard of these berries. There are Kenshire berries, native to a continent right above Belkinus, and it's found in the plains. And if concocted with and heated in kind of a stew to a very high temperature, they can provide some very nice kind of coordination properties, kind of like strengthening your mind and senses.
Okay.
Interesting. And I'll just like keeping that to myself right now.
And there are
but I'll,
1 dozen berries.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm keeping that information to myself right now, but I just kind of like nod as I look in the bag and lean back a bit.
After you guys are finished... Oh, no, go on.
I was just going to ask, are you planning to try and return home anytime soon?
Oh, unfortunately, I can't. The guards, they are keeping the city on lockdown, trying to take account of how many were killed and how many are left, how many are missing. You may see, he points up, and you can see all the airships and mounts parked. None of us are allowed to leave just yet.
Just hang in there. It won't be much longer.
Thank you again for the berries.
Thank you. I owe you more than I could possibly imagine.
Oh, please, do not start like that, because then you will have to keep on owing people everything. She just pats his hands very gently. With a very soft smile.
At this, you can hear some distant clapping. Well done, adventurers. And you can kind of see a tiefling just like leaning against one of the already burned buildings. And you can see he's dressed in rags. And at this, the Tassin just scoffs and shakes his head. I hope to see you again soon. And just kind of walks away with his griffin, who just kind of continues to peck at its beak a little bit gently.
Oh,
baby.
I'm just staring at the tiefling dude.
You must be.
I pay him no mind.
You must be so happy to finally have some work. Bet you're glad that such a disaster could happen in the big city. If I didn't know any better, you might have wanted something like this to happen.
Can I approach him? And
You may.
Just
Don't
fucking
bother with him.
No, hold on. You want to say that again?
Renee just leans over to Daniel.
I do want to say it very much so. That you lot benefit out of the conflict and pain of the people, don't you?
He's like against a wall, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just want to like grab his collar and lift him up like 2 inches off the ground.
Oh, it takes no effort whatsoever. This guy's scrawny.
Very, very much like Renee continues just over to the table. 5 copper, she starts a fight.
I would not take that bet.
And he's
Alright.
grasping.
I walk
He
over.
starts to skitter and grasp at the wall, trying to find any leverage, but he's not making any headway.
If
I'll have you
I'm
know,
walking over.
I'll have you know that's not why I'm here, and I simply was just trying to do a good deed. Now, if you're so sad about your situation, I suggest you actually do something about it instead of sitting there crying at other people who are trying to help. And then I'm going to drop him and walk away.
And after you drop him, he immediately goes back to his poshness. My boy, Soul Puller could take you all on. Bet he's chased after those necromancers. Reckon he made them piss their pants more than you could ever.
Oh, do you want to try it then?
Yeah, he flinches.
That's what I thought. And I just walk back. You don't think I'm foolish enough to actually start a fight in the middle of the city, do you?
Listen,
It's
I've
like
only
to-
just met you.
Oh.
The only thing you've said is that you will start fighting someone if necessary.
I also
Listen,
just tend to like making people like that squirm. People angry at their own situation, taking it out on everyone else.
As far as I'm aware, I'd rather not be interacting with sad people right now. They all got their own problems. As far as I'm aware, he can complain all he likes, but it ain't gonna change none of this if we don't do anything quick. So, my recommendation, maybe we should move fast before he starts calling his so-called buddies over.
Oh, I'm not worried about his buddies coming over. The poor guy almost pissed his pants as soon as I grabbed him.
nor
Me
am I.
neither. I'd just rather not get into no trouble.
I think it would be pertinent for us to move quickly. I apologize for not pushing us along further. There was a strange white noise for the last 2 minutes,
Oh,
buzzing around in my head as I glance over at the vagabond.
oh,
You're right, let's
Well-
get going.
Okay.
I make my way.
You guys start to head, according to Enoch's directions, to a church. Enoch, what is the religion that you worship, that you practice?
I practice Erithus's religion, in which a lot of the themes are very gear-based and innovation, law, as well as just basically understanding knowledge.
All
How
right.
far we can go with it.
Yep. You approach, you head on in, and you are immediately greeted by a halfling man. Ah, Enoch, praise the builders. What brings you in today?
Samuel, good to see you. Well, I'm just here to pick up some stuff from the gearbox. If you don't mind.
What you need?
Well, I need to get my tongs, the crucible, various other little tools, as well as my bullet formers. It's a bit of a list, but luckily I got some stuff to carry it with me.
By Aerith's name, that's a big order. You taking a long trip?
You could say that. It's not too far away from here.
I see you got yourself some new friends too. You gonna introduce me?
As I look towards the father here and look back at everyone. Friends is a strong word.
Oh. Working buddies. Ah, gotcha. He winks.
Yeah. Anyways, this here is Father Samuel Braxton. He is the head of the church around here. He's relatively good for the community. He's also very helpful and has gotten me off my feet on several different occasions. So please excuse me while I go grab some equipment. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So, what exactly are the pieces of equipment that you're looking for?
So pretty much anything that helps me form my bullets, which is my crucible, and pretty much the little shot formers that pretty much make the start, as well as however much black powder I still have in the workshop.
Okay. You may roll me just a straight up d20 for that.
Straight up D20.
Favorable outcomes, please.
13.
Okay. You find an ammo crafting kit, and you can convert those materials that you got from the Viscount into ammunition. Those will require rolls by themselves as well. You do find a...
pick up. I'm also gonna pick up the blueprints to my brand new weapon that I've been developing.
Okay. Is there a specific crafting mechanic that you already have, or
It's
Is it-
basically Tinkerer's Tools, which is basically my dexterity
gotcha?
plus my yeah.
All right. Yep.
Dexterity. I know it's like it's something. I'll let you know.
It's intelligence.
Is it?
I think so.
I think so, but I could be wrong.
All right. Well, you are able to grab your Tinkerer's tools and a fair bit of gunpowder, enough to make a small explosive, perhaps, like a hand grenade. And yeah, you do find that a lot of supplies are missing. As of recently, there has been a surge in, machinery, weapons, and all of that. And it has eaten into a lot of Samuel's kind of blessings and stock and stuff.
Yeah, and also replacing people's limbs is not an easy task.
Nope. But yeah, you managed to find a few supplies, yes.
As he's off finding supplies, I'm going to look at this priest, and considering we're currently standing in the middle of an empty room, I will hold my hand out. Nathaniel Gainsby, Witch-Taker Wizard of Belcanus.
Ah, Erithus bless you. Samuel, it's nice to meet you. I heard of you, you know. You appear in the paper sometimes. A witch grabber, yeah?
Witch-Taker, but yes.
Now what exactly is taking witches?
Well, during my actual profession is that of a thief-taker. People come to me because their things have been stolen and I am set to find them. More importantly, sometimes those cases become magical in nature, and that is my specialty. Ergo, the Witch-Taker.
Interesting. So does that mean... nah, I'm not gonna make that proposal.
I'm sorry. If there's anything that you would need, You are free to bring it up.
Well, he leans in and whispers, "Between you and me, I feel like a couple of folk here in the neighborhood are doing some uneasy practice, if you get my drift. And I speak no ill of nobody, but perhaps I could use a little bit of looking into, Mr. Witchtaker."
If you are interested in proposing a job to me, then I am going to need the proper information, and I am going to need it written down so that I can keep it formulated. If someone official were to come by, I need records.
No one official, unfortunately, but I've been doing some scouring about on my usual days, just walking the grounds. There's an old abandoned passageway underneath the city. Not many know about it, and I prefer to keep it that way. But I've been seeing a few suspicious folk walking through it. It's by the inner wall of the city.
And what exactly makes them suspicious?
I don't know. Whisperings, looking around, making sure that they're not being followed. The usual activity. Possibly just some hooligans, but can never be too sure.
Right, well, if I'm still in the city, then I can investigate it, but otherwise I'm going to have to pass it down the chain. Of course, if this were an official business, then I could make it a priority, but that would require the necessary paperwork.
Unfortunately, it's not, but I understand. And he kind of taps on the wall a little bit. "Hey, you good in there, Enoch?"
Yeah, just grabbing the last of everything. One sec.
Oh, that boy. You know, I used to see him when he was a little rascal. He was running around. That hat barely fit him.
Was he still
Yes.
just as bold as he apparently is now?
Well, maybe a little bit squeakier. Arthas,
Walk
bless
out
him.
and
You know,
walk out.
he used to wear these really funny. Oh, hey, Enoch.
Some really funny what? Continue. by
Oh no,
all
you did.
means. That threw me off. Renee just raises her hands up, surrendering, listen.
May the good builder
Tell
bless
fun
you, Enoch.
stories behind my back as usual.
I hope the blessings of the builder were upon you in finding some of your supplies. Unfortunately, we had to use a few to, pay. A lot of the officials were asking for more things to help with the recovering.
Yeah, I mean, after a couple of surgeries as well, stock's getting real low, but make do.
Of course.
Any hoodle, we should be moseying on, and me trying to avoid eye contact because I very much don't. I try to avoid looking at Braxton's face for
You can see
various reasons.
the rest of you see he's got a big shit-eating grin on his face. You take care, and may Arthas bless your builds.
Yep. Leaves as quickly as he could possibly get in.
I guess we'll follow him, dude. Unless.
After Enoch leaves, I am going to turn back to the priest and I'll say, Enoch, his demeanor, how would you say that he behaves in a group? Does he play well with others?
Oh, yeah, all the time. Well, maybe not all the time. That boy, sometimes he can get quite stubborn when he wants to get something done for the betterment of others and sometimes at the cost of his own life. I've had to pull him out of some tough situations every now and then. But he means a good heart, for better or for worse.
And is that how he lost his arm?
I think that's better you ask him. I don't like to speak much of personal matters such as that.
Very well. All right. We should get supplies and leave as soon as possible.
Of course. Now, you keep that boy out of trouble.
I will do my best. And I will turn and leave the church.
Okay. Yeah, Nathaniel, you now know that there is shady goings-on and perhaps some shady goings on in Belcanus proper. Some mysterious figures kind of roaming the inside of the inner wall.
Okay, right. Got it.
Anyway, is there anything else anyone wants to do before they leave the trade district?
Renee just might make a small apology, just be like, I just thought the Griffin might be able to actually take us somewhere. Just like a small snap of fingers, like, damn. Mainly to Nathaniel, but like basically like everyone could probably hear her say this because she's just like saying it out loud. She's just like, ah!
Oh, I imagine Luda's not paying any attention to you. She's looking around the shrine.
I walked back in as I forgot that I was supposed to leave a note.
Wait, you're going back inside. Did you not get everything that you needed?
No, I forgot to give the father something. One sec. I walk back in.
It's a little skittish.
When you do, you can hear him in the other room, just like reading off some teachings to some other folk.
I am going to like go back inside.
Okay.
All right, I'll wait out here then.
I'll wait with Luna. Just like, all right, the boys are going in and out.
I can already tell they're going to be a handful.
It ain't much of nothing. It ain't much of nothing. I walk up to Samuel. Listen, under the circumstances that I do not return within the next 2 weeks, and I hand him a letter. This is under the circumstances that I don't return. Follow those to the exact order. All my designs are to be handed to the Viscount. Understand?
Are you sure about this, boy?
If I don't make it back, this is going to be a very, very important letter.
You can see a frown on Samuel's face. Very well. But I'm not going to be happy. Your hands are too good.
I'm not happy about it either. But it's for the better of the kingdom.
Fair. All right, now get on out of here. Can't you see I'm trying to read these passages? And he gives you a little warm smile.
He does too, and he tilts his hat up and begins to walk out of the church, meeting with the rest of the group. Alright, problem solved.
Very good. Right.
Shall we be getting going then?
I would think so. Your priest friend offered me an unofficial job, but I don't know if I'm going to be following that lead, considering it wasn't an official inquiry.
Well, we do have a greater matter at hand, so if you feel like
Likewise, also.
doubling up, that's on you.
Cloveray's also a fair distance away. So.
Exactly.
Maybe
I think
something for when we get back.
Yes.
Perhaps.
I am going to... Renee, if you would lead everyone else to the exit of this city so that we can get on our journey, I am going to make my way back to the office so that I can pass this down to a junior member of the business.
She gives him like a very slight nod and says, "Be careful on your way to meet us."
Of course. I have nothing to worry about. No one would dare target someone so brightly dressed.
I know. Sometimes it hurts
Painfully
even my
brightly
eyes. She just sort of like pokes his shoulder, like almost playfully so, but then like waves him off. Like, all right.
My face betrays no emotion.
And it's like such a normal occurrence, like doesn't even phase as Renee just like waves the other two, like, all right, come on, you two.
All right. I will say that after this one, you guys will be heading out. So in the meantime, while you three kind of start to head towards the exit of the inner wall and wait for Nathaniel, you head to your office building.
Right. This doesn't need to be a whole scene. I'm just going back so that I can write a note so that the next person that comes in here, because this is a business, like it can be passed down to one of the not heads of the business.
Right.
That somebody needs to investigate around there.
Yes.
Also, I might message you privately about something. But
Yes.
that's not something that needs to be worried about immediately.
Yep.
No, wait.
Okay.
Okay. And in the meantime, you guys start to head towards the gate of the inner wall. And you can see right over here is your little marker to show where you are. And you guys start to head outwards as the day the sun starts to dip. And with that, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to take a 10-minute break, refill on your drinks, your snacks, use the bathroom, and we will be back.
Don't go away.
Don't
Another
go
moon
away.
pie.
We'll still, like, I don't have a screen for this, so we'll just be here for a while. And if you guys want to talk with the chat, you can.
Yeah.
I'm going to go refill our
There
water.
was an old farmer
See you all
who
in
lived
10
on a
minutes.
dock.
Will do.
All right.
Wait, we get to talk with the chat? That's not something that happens very often.
I'm excited. Where
dear.
is the Twitch chat for me?
All right, let's see. Twitch chat. I've had this completely closed while we were streaming.
Same,
Yeah.
same. I'm
Yep.
trying to get it up.
How's everybody doing?
Got a lot of hellos.
Hello.
Oh my god, so many hellos.
I will be right back.
Banana wizard.
Howdy, howdy.
I was gonna
howdy.
say, can I get some banana wizards in the chat, please? I have to say, this is my favorite thing in the world. Without spoiling anything, I will say that when Callie was making like the artistic rendition of Nathaniel, she like drew a sort of like I said I wanted a long yellow coat. She like sort of drew a brownish yellow-ish, and I'm like, no, this needs to be yellow. And so she made a pale yellow that still looked really good. And I'm like, oh, I'm gonna crush her dreams. And I'm like, you don't understand. I need this to be
I
yellow.
need this to be as
Yellow.
And
natural.
she sends me this mustard outfit, and I'm like, yes, perfect. That is what I want.
Oh my god.
Very yellow.
Okay. I also
we should do a poll to name the rock with googly eyes.
Oh my god,
Oh,
yes.
I want
that'd be
I
so
want his name to be
cute.
Rock Johnson.
Rock
Yeah.
Johnson. Oh my god, yes. Totally unrelated, but I saw a question that was in there. And I really want to answer it because I'm really excited about it. It was Hobbyboy6468. And wait a minute, what? Why I had to hear anybody?
Rocky Balboa is another one. I like
Ooh,
that
very
one.
good.
Rock Lee.
Oh my god, Rock Lee.
Okay, I think we do need a poll because these are all very good.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Either that or we'll like put it out on Twitch or Twitter later and be like,
We'll figure
name
it
the
out.
rock.
Yeah.
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 I
mean,
think I cut out the
I,
hot in there.
I've already ran a poll naming my weapons, so I'm more than happy to put out another poll to name the rock.
Nice.
I came back before real
Hello.
briefly. I totally forgot to mention the wonderful artist who made the portraits for the characters. I am so sorry. Is
Callie!
Callie, our wonderful artist, Callie's Canvas. Let me post the link in the chat. She deserves all the praise. She is fantastic. Please
She
check
is
her
our
out.
emotional support artist.
Yes.
We love our emotional support artists.
Yes, yes.
I saw a question and I want to answer it just because I like getting to the little ones. From Hobbyboy6498 who asked what the inspiration for Renee was. I just wanted to make a really pretty bard who is like suave yet like suave and clever, yet she can be gentle. Like she very much is the person who will do whatever you need, and then if you're like, how can I ever repay you? She goes, well, about that. That's very much what I wanted.
I'll have to add in the artist like command into the Nightbot.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say what we all are and what our whole deal is, but are we allowed to say what level we are?
Oh yeah, we're level 3.
Level 3.
Because there were some people asking, and I just wanted it to be confirmed.
Yeah. You guys will have to discover what they are in terms of mechanics yourself.
Yeah.
Oh.
Have fun.
Yeah. So I have put up the poll for name the rock from Necro Hunt. We have Rock Johnson, Rock Lee, Rocky
Wait,
Balboa,
do I not get
and
to do I not get to decide what my rock is
It's
called?
Luna's rock.
Your rock? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that this was our party rock.
Oh
No.
no!
I thought
Is this
Party
gonna be
Rock
this
was
was
in
a
the house
collective
tonight.
rock.
Hey, I was like actually thinking of names for the rock. Fuck.
Okay, dang.
Oh,
sorry
no.
for party
Well,
rocking.
There's Rock Johnson, Rock Lee, Rocky Balboa, and Fred Rock.
Red Rock.
I like
But what
Fred
if-
Rock.
Yeah.
I mean, Fred Rock's pretty good, and I think
Is
that's
this,
better
is
than
this
what
going
I
to
was
be our
gonna name
first
it.
party conflict? What the name of the rock is
Oh
going
my
to be?
god, I can't
Yeah.
believe it.
Yeah. So hit me up on Twitter at YaroshiMVA. Let me know what you all think.
Somebody asked how long the sessions are. The sessions are going to be around 3 hours each time.
Yeah.
So between 5 and 8 Central Time, 6 and 9 Eastern Time, 3 and 6 Pacific Time.
Yeah.
And they will be uploaded to my channel as VODs, so don't worry about that if you are only able to make it for a little bit. I know all our European friends, it's late at night for them.
Very much so.
All right, I'm gonna mute my mic for like the rest of this break real quick.
Oh,
I was
so we-
thrown food and I haven't eaten, so
Oh yeah, no, eat the
just gonna
food. Eat
take
the
2
food.
seconds to eat.
Yep, take your
The
time.
boulder feels conflicted about fighting a little girl. Well, maybe you're just scared. Sandwich. Sorry, I just saw
The
that. and I was like, I
boulder
need-
is over his conflicting feelings and is ready to bury you in a rock slide.
The boulder and the hippo have put aside our differences.
The rock's name is the boulder now. Paul was mute.
It's the boulder.
The boulder.
The
The
boulder.
boulder. You have to like say it with the fucking like
I can't.
enunciation.
I have a
The
double
boulder
chocolate
is over
blueberry in my
his
mouth.
conflicted feelings.
Just slingshot it. Oh gosh, also totally unrelated. No, wait, I'll do later. Never mind. Never mind.
I'm ready.
Okay, we do
Oh my
have 3 more
gosh.
minutes, so Shelby can eat her food.
Yeah.
Her food.
Well, I guess I can give a shout out. Hi, Dad.
Oh, Cammy's dad is
My
here?
dad might be potentially watching. So
I
hi.
can finally eat my moon pie.
Oh, I'm gonna say
You
hi,
can
hi
eat moon
Echo.
pie.
Maybe
Hi,
Echo
Echo.
Gillette. Echo Gillette might be watching.
Oh, hello.
I have two
Oh,
different snacks on my sides. I have Flaming Hot Cheetos on my right, and on my left are Brookside dark chocolate blueberries.
Mm.
I almost thought you said blueberries. It's like, I also
Blueberries.
like those.
Yeah, I also like
Mhm.
Frankenberries.
Mm.
I have to say this because I know he was watching earlier. Hi, Ben, if you're watching this, please don't kill me tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah, that's right. Unexpectables is right after us, so you just have back-to-back D&D action.
Mhm.
We chose a good time slot then, didn't we?
We did. We're lucky. I would
Yeah.
not have wanted to encroach on Monty's territory.
That would have been interesting.
yeah.
Mitwad, hey Cammy, how often are we going to hear you sing? Like during the sessions? I don't know.
Oh, Ian's in here as well. Hi, Ian. Lore Master Ian, everybody. Ian of Hijack.
Hello, Ian.
Hey.
This
Hello, Ian.
Fun trivia. This used to be a part of his original world, as kind of like I was like,
Oh,
I want to.
Ian's.
Yeah, I was like, I want to explore this one kingdom. May I take the reins? And he's like, yeah, go ahead. And then now it's kind of like its own thing now.
Nice.
They were the second people I ran this for, the Hijack crew.
Mm.
Oh, very cool.
All right, the food has been consumed. Thank you for
Yay,
allowing me
consumption.
to
Let's do this.
get
Oh
sustenance.
yeah, no, of course. You need to get that. You need to get those eats.
Oh, I could smell it cooking in the
Consumed.
kitchen, and I was
Ooh,
like
original,
crying.
original username 29. Thank you for that recap.
Yeah, that's a good recap.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, gotta close the chat again.
Yep, be sure to close the chats and give your undivided attention to the game. If you
Indeed.
will.
All right.
All right.
Goodbye, chat.
Goodbye, chat.
Okay,
We love you.
And then we returned.
and we
See
return.
you at the end of the game. At the end of the game.
Butterscotch.
Let me just remove that.
But that's scotch.
Yeah.
Right. I think
And-
I'm back.
Yes.
Frank
All
time.
right.
So, you guys start to head towards the inner part of the inner wall. You can see that dotted line that is, the inner wall protecting kind of the capital from outside attack. And you start to travel, and the sun begins to set. Buildings become less and less dense as you approach the wall, but you do see the odd camping group or station caravan here and there along. And along the road, there are patrolling cavalries of guards bearing the same sigil as Chandrel that you saw on the banners. Some guards breaking off from their group to bring supplies and support to the civilians currently stuck in the city and taking refuge. As you approach the wall gate, you're halted by a very young-looking human man and a tree folk, both guards dressed in, guard uniforms. The human holds his spear very shakily. I'm sorry, folks. Since the Spine of Death attack, gate's closed. Council wants to take census of everyone in case some of the necromancy tries to escape. Until then, nobody in or out.
I am on.
Looking at the party, I don't find myself in a diplomatic advantage. So
I will take a step forward. I am the Witch Taker Wizard on an official business. I need to find someone's lost dog outside of these walls. Please step aside.
Give me a persuasion roll.
This is I am lying to this
you're
man.
lying. Okay, deception then.
That's a straight up lie.
That is true. That is a lie. Yeah, go
That
ahead.
is- we are looking for this dog. No, we're not.
Ooh.
Oh, yes!
Yes!
Oh, my lord.
Yes.
Oh,
We love to see it.
a puppy? Oh, He looks over to his tree folk partner, who shakes his head and looks down at you. But the puppy could be all alone and lost and cold and hungry.
That's the thing. It is not even dark yet. It's only going to get colder for the poor little thing. Can you
There's,
imagine?
there's all manner of beasts out there that could take the poor thing. Just let us outside to find it. Come on, it's for a little girl.
And most importantly, this is official business, so you would
It's
not want
also
to be in
very
trouble.
true.
Please, step aside.
Yeah, sure. Of course. And the tree folk steps in front of you instead. Official business from whom?
As I said, I am the Witch Taker Wizard. This is a private inquiry. I am not at liberty to tell you information I am not at liberty to tell information to a guard.
The tree folk squints his eyes. This will require a persuasion, I would say.
Ice. We love to see it.
The tree folk squints his eyes. You can see the bark skin kind of like malform. And he steps aside. I'm watching you.
Not for very long, I hope. You have to watch the gate.
Please find that puppy.
Oh, we will, darling.
All right.
My face
as we
betrays
all
no
walk by, as we
My
all
face-
walk by, I'm just doing finger guns.
My face betrays no emotion as I walk by them.
Nice.
I am on business. They are not my business.
It is always a pleasure to watch you work, Nathaniel.
I have to admit that was very clever.
Awkward finger gunning out of sight.
You leave the wall, but as you do, you see people outside who are also camping around, and a small uproar starts to happen amongst them. Oi, so they're allowed to go through the gate, but we're not. What makes them so special?
Oh, great.
And another pipes up. You see a woman. Yeah. How come you let them through? What are you, some kind of special royalty or something?
Keep walking.
It's because
This is
they're
the God's
adventurers on a
business.
very special mission, aren't they? One
Keep
of them,
walking.
Keep
This
walking.
is God's business to deal with.
One of them kind of throws a rock. Oi, I'm talking to you! And you may make a dexterity saving throw if you wish to dodge out of the way.
Was it towards
All of us?
Nathaniel?
All of us?
All of you, because it was in your general
Oh,
direction.
okay. Okay, I was gonna say
Oh,
Renee
Jesus
might
Christ.
purposely step behind Nathaniel just in case, just to make sure it doesn't hit him.
I will continue walking.
Yep,
I have
that
someone
makes
protecting
sense.
me.
All
That
right.
makes sense.
God damn it.
I'm gonna get whacked.
Okay.
What? Renee, no!
The small,
Renee.
the small
Fine.
rock actually doesn't hit Renee, but hits Luna, kind of in the back of the shoulder.
Mm.
I stop.
I grab my rock with the robot arm.
And I turn to see who threw it.
You may make a perception check.
Uh-huh. I'm not good at that, so let's see. 4.
There is a crowd of angry people shouting at you, shouting at the gatekeepers, and just like almost causing a riot. It seems like it could rise at any moment.
Renee will actually take Luna's hand and try and like pull her gently along.
Yeah, she'll move, but she's just glaring daggers at that crowd. And in this really low light, her incredibly intense amber eyes just kind of seem to glow.
Can I make a perception check to...
Sorry,
I want to know who threw the rock at me.
All right. Well,
how
this will be
populated is this crowd?
This will be the last perception check for this instance.
Yeah.
12.
It is a large crowd, and it is kind of hard to see. It seems like they're all like about to pick up things to throw at you, and like some of them threw things but didn't kind of make the distance. So it's hard to tell who exactly threw, because a few of them are throwing things, just not all of them are hitting you.
I want them to watch as I crush the rock in my metallic hand.
Make an intimidation.
And then drop.
Make an intimidation at disadvantage.
Okay. Yeah, 5.
People are very confident that I do not have fireball.
One guy flips you off.
Can I just like grab Enoch's like shoulder and like kind of push him along? Listen, I really want to go back there and beat some ass, but I can't. So let's go before they actually start a riot. We're not supposed to be causing this much trouble.
If you
Yep, you're right. You're right.
If you both feel your skin curl at every single angry thing said at you, it kind of worries.
No, it's less about the angry things being said at me. It's the throwing things when I'm simply a person who walked down a path. They don't know what is going on.
There's very little difference to someone who is desperate, unfortunately.
Well,
which is why I'm not going back. Renee, that's why I'm not going back there and hurting someone. I know these people are desperate. I know the man back there was desperate. That doesn't mean they have the right to treat others like this, and I can express that I'm angry. Doesn't mean I'm going to act on it.
She is correct. Well, I think that it is a waste of energy. You are at liberty to do what you would like, so long as it does not interrupt our investigation.
And it won't.
I trust that.
Let's go before these people stop following us.
Just then, someone starts following you.
I was going to say, I expect that to happen anyway.
You hear footsteps approaching you, and a drow woman is running towards you and stumbles a little bit, but she doesn't look angry. She kind of starts waving her arms. Adventurers! Adventurers! Please, you are inside the wall, yes?
Briefly.
Did you see a Kenku with grey feathers and a scar on his beak? He goes by Sharpdust. He is my husband. He went in there during the trade 3 days ago, and he has not come back. I wanted to go inside to check on him, but they're not letting me in. Please, tell me you saw him, please.
I saw no such person.
I'm sorry. They did not cross our path.
I'm sorry.
Her eyes...
Insight.
All right, you may insight that.
That's a good answer. I didn't even think to do that.
17.
Damn.
Her eyes are just seeping out of her head, and her legs looking like they're barely holding her up as soon as you say that. And
that doesn't... Good, sorry.
She looks like she can barely hold herself together, as if she had lost, a piece of herself, and she falls to the ground and starts to weep.
I walk over and I get down on a knee. I'm gonna let you in on some advice.
She bats your hand away. Just leave me be.
No, please.
Enoch.
Try and talk to the guards and ask if you can go see a Samuel Braxton.
Give me
He's the head of the church in Erithus.
Give me a persuasion at disadvantage once again.
She's a very upsetty woman.
8.
Yeah.
She pushes you with all her might. It doesn't manage to push you down, but she is using her entire weight. Get away from me!
Enoch.
What people say about you is right. Adventurers don't care. And she gets up and kind of just walks off.
Well, it seems that she has settled that for herself.
Let's go.
I get up and I just start walking in the direction we're supposed to go. No words.
All right. You guys start to walk away from the inner wall. And night begins to fall. Do you guys want to make camp? Or do you continue?
I recommend we make camp.
I would recommend that however we do that, we find a place that is more secluded. Undoubtedly someone is going to try to follow us, and perhaps they aren't going to be looking for a husband.
I would agree with Nathaniel. Let's try to find somewhere we can safely rest.
Right, right.
If you so wish, you all may make me a survival, perception, or nature check to find a safe spot.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Oh my god, my rolls today.
I'll do a
God.
perception.
I'm sorry, what were the roles, or what were the choices?
Perception, nature, or survival.
Nature or survival. Well, I will choose this one.
Very nice.
Hey, look at us.
Both Renee and Nathaniel, you think like twins and are able to find a nice secluded spot away from the main road, making sure that there's enough kind of line of sight so that you can catch anybody who tries to sneak up on you.
We've done this a lot.
We have. It's a very common occurrence.
You also spot, while you are looking and setting up camp, you spot something which Nathaniel, you would recognize with your studies, something illusory. You can't quite make it out, but something's fake.
What am I looking... What appears to be fake to me?
Some kind of bits of flora in the distance. Maybe it's a tree, maybe it's a bush, maybe it's just some tall grass.
Renee,
Yes.
I'm going to... I'm going to not point, but I'm going to look over. Like, I'm going to be staring directly at the thing that is apparently illusory to me.
Mhm.
And I'm going to say, attack.
Ah. She just does a small nod and she will start sneaking over there.
Okay, you may make me a stealth check if you would like.
Oh boy.
As a matter of... Oh, actually, I won't spoil this. I've done my thing.
Okay. Well, we're gonna see how well this goes.
Nice.
Hey!
Ah,
sneaky,
not
sneaky.
bad.
It's like all of a sudden you see her like crouch down like an animal, just
Goodbye.
You dash from bush to bush and hide in the tallest grass that you can find, and making sure that the moonlight doesn't catch you too much. It's still not quite nighttime, but the moon is rising a bit, and, you know, rather not the moonlight, but the orange hue of the setting sun doesn't catch you. And upon further investigation, as you approach these illusory bushes, you hear two voices bickering about something. Stop your whinging and keep picking. I just don't understand why berries are so important to raising the dead. They seem like a lot of hogwash to me. Listen,
Oh no.
if you want to get in good favors with the Black Vein Queen or not,
Is it just
Oh.
the two that I hear or is there more?
you do hear two.
Okay, I hear two.
And when you get closer, I'm going to keep your 17 from your perception.
Thank you.
You can tell that these bushes, grasses, and small trees are clearly fake. Like, you've seen this trick before.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So, but I still can't see through the illusion myself. I can just
Nope.
see that it is illusionary.
And you can hear them, yes. You're able to
Do I
get
know
close
if
enough
I-
that you can hear them.
Okay. Do I know if I stick my head through the illusion if it'll break it or if they'll know that I've gone through?
I guess you can make an Arcana check to
Yeah.
know if that's how that works.
Just to see, just to see. Worst case, I have a horribly amazing, horrible plan.
You know that the illusion will keep going unless they break concentration. which you
Fantastic.
can't
I
just-
want to look in and see
You-
how many exactly there are.
You poke
Sneaky,
your head
sneaky.
and you can see two. You see a tiefling and a human, and they're both dressed in rags. And they see you poke your head in, and the tiefling goes,
And I'm going to cast Shatter.
"Oh, all right, show me the
Oh
shadow."
shit!
Listen, he said attack! Attack!
What's happening?
did
Okay.
do that.
Oh my god.
Oh, just a sad shatter.
All right, let me
Listen,
roll.
it's a tiny. I'm tiny level right now. It's my second level. It's
So
tiny.
here's the
I tiny level.
Here's the
tiny
series of
little
events that happens. You poke your head in. The tiefling looks at you and notices just your head, and he goes, "Shit!" And boom! A large explosion crackles and launches them out. Their illusion is broken, and two people appear on the ground now, beside you.
Hello, hello, hello.
I like
Julius,
half
grab your
draw
stuff.
one of my swords.
And we are going to let's see. I'm going to bring us to a map, a little battle map.
Ooh.
Does anybody have a map?
Attack!
Does anybody happen to know how the hell to do this?
Do this.
Okay.
Every time I hear
There's
map now.
me just pretending to know.
No.
Oh, it's
That's very nice.
I'm gonna grab you guys.
Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to. I have a reputation to keep up. This map looks like shit.
Right. Well, you wouldn't
Love
be
it.
wrong because these assets I made back in 2017. So
Aww.
Oh,
Be
I like
nicer
them a
to
lot.
yourself. They look nice.
Old school.
Enoch. Let's see. Nathaniel.
Where's
that
this
is-
token?
Wait, that's not the right. That's
Enoch
not the right.
Tiny.
Wait, hold on. Let me.
Tiny. Enoch went
fix-
squish.
Enoch, that is not supposed to be Enoch's token. Let me make sure that y'all have the right
That's-
token. This might be a bit.
That's
Right.
Apologies.
that's what
If you-
happens when you
Oh,
cast
that's
the
not me.
reduce spell.
Here,
If
sorry.
you would like, I can. After this is over, I can show you a much easier way to set up tokens.
No.
but
I
we will
already
worry
set
about
it
that
up.
later.
I just didn't assign them.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's an important part of it because once you assign them, I can just drag myself onto it.
Yeah, I think Nathaniel and Enoch, your token should work if you drag yourselves in. And you
gonna
should be
decide
able to see your
myself.
own HP and
Yes.
name and stuff. There we go. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes,
Here I
I'm
am.
blessed to have the
I'm
banana
loading.
wizard right next to me.
I'm loading.
You're loading? Oh, geez. Uh-oh.
I'm
Oh, no.
loading.
Oh no!
My character is loading at the very least. I tried to drag
at
her
the
on.
sound, at the sound of that loud crack,
Boom.
gun was already drawn.
It'll
I
be
am
loading at the
like
page.
I've calmly stood up and I am striding towards where the issue is.
I kind of want to draw my swords.
Okay, you may. Just give me a moment to
There I
place
am.
everything.
Hello. Where
And-
am I?
Just to preface, we are about to roll initiative.
Woohoo!
Oh yeah! Remember, select your tokens, guys.
Yeah, not quite yet. So there are those two.
Hello, hello.
Some generic race
Probably
tokens.
far enough where I'm not going to get caught in my own shatter.
And you may roll for initiative.
I would have made sure that I wasn't in the same range as that. So let me double check my.
I should have done this when we were on break, but I think I'm just going to make it a tradition.
10-foot
fun
radius.
fun banana fact: bananas are mutant plants. They did not grow naturally. We made
No,
them.
they're not. The
yeah,
bananas we
it's-
know now are not the same ones that have existed.
Mhm.
Oh, are you just gonna
So
give a
the shadow
banana
goes
fact every
right there.
session?
Yep, there are some like
Banana fact!
bananas existed, but the ones that we use, we made them. We made
Yes.
those. Those are
Nice.
ours.
Isn't
Aren't
it,
they like
isn't it
currently
real?
breeding
Oh, let me roll
bananas
my
to be
initiative.
resistant to a certain fungus right now?
That will be a banana fact for a different day.
Isn't it all real bananas are extinct?
That will be a banana fact for a different day.
There I
Alrighty.
am.
You have-
Okay.
I appeased you with my banana
Alright.
fact, and now we will get
Damn.
that. Stay
Bananas.
tuned. This is what the stream is really for.
Perfect.
Just the banana facts surrounded by
Alright.
D&D.
I'll say, Renee, you were very close to their illusion. You were like right here.
hmm
So, with that, let me get us some battle music.
Oh my god, I wrote
See how
such
long this lasts.
terrible initiative. Oh my god.
She's got a knack for flair, so she was just like, hello.
Of course she does.
The chat can't see this, but Callie is giving words of encouragement in the Discord. I would like the
Thank
chat
you,
to
Callie.
thank
Aw.
I
Callie.
love Callie.
She is our emotional
thank you,
support artist,
Callie.
and we love her.
Callie is the best.
We love
You
you.
should all go love her.
She gives us her own special bardic inspiration.
So very
yes.
nice.
Yes. She's such a sweetheart.
All right, adjust Fred boat to what you wish.
Okay.
Oh, what is this then?
This is
Excellent.
from Divinity 1 or Divinity Original Sin 1.
I see.
I like it.
Oh, I'm excited.
Okay, so who is casting sleep here?
Me.
You are. All right.
Because I'm at the top of the order.
Oh God. Okay.
Funny.
Oh god, these poor fuckers don't stand a chance.
They were
You
just
may-
they just got shattered and now they're just gonna go to bed.
You
Go to sleep, go to
may
sleep, go to sleep.
roll.
Nap.
You may roll your sleep. You can click on the 5d8 in the chat, and that
Okay.
should roll it for you.
Is that how that works?
Oh,
Yeah.
24.
Oh, it is. That's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, 24.
So
I didn't realize. That's cool.
with a 24, the human falls over, and he falls mid sentence. He goes, "Come on, Julius, we gotta."
Yes!
He is asleep.
I love this spell.
Oh, it's such a good spell.
Alright.
And
That was my
yeah,
action.
now are the Spine of Death members. This one.
Oh wait,
Was there
can
anything else you wanted
I
to do?
give bonus action bardic inspiration?
You most certainly can.
Yeah, I'm giving inspiration to Nathaniel. Because he's next in the order.
Nathaniel,
Right.
you are inspired.
Just seeing everyone asleep. Hello, hello, what do we have here? Looks
Here,
like
I've got
we
a
have
little flag.
Ah,
little
good.
bit
That works.
problem.
Hey.
But how do you inspire him is my question.
She basically just goes, well, look at the little. I'm trying to think of how I would say this. Like, what do you happen to be? What are you doing here, collecting these little things of yours? I think we might need a little bit of help over here to try and determine what it is exactly they're trying to do. Am I right, mon ami? Just like looking over at Nathaniel, kind of like she's being very playful about it, just like a ha ha ha.
I am gently walking over, and I raise my arm up. I pull my glove down to tighten it. I give no response, but I am staring at the one that is still awake.
All right.
Oh, dear
And she'll just
Lord.
step out of the way. Like she will purposely just like go over this way, just to
Oh,
be
these
out of the way
poor
of
bastards.
what's going on. Just da-da-da-da-da.
The tiefling, seeing that everything's gone to shit, is going to disengage and run away. He starts to run this way and leaps into the little pond and vanishes.
Oh shit.
I blink.
Oh?
Well, we
This is
still
the
have one of them.
This is the first thing that like has caused me any amount of like emotional or like physical confusion. I blink for a moment in surprise. I didn't expect that.
By the way, sorry, chat. There's the little pond. I was not zoomed out enough to see it all. There we go.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Alright.
And the human is asleep. Nathaniel, your turn.
They went into a pond.
They did.
One,
I was
2,
expecting that.
3, 4, 5, 6. I walk up. Let me check the range of one small thing. Okay, that's fine. I cannot see them, which is unfortunate. But, you know, sleep is a spell that's so good you might as well use it twice. I cast sleep.
What?
I will raise my hand forward and I will wave it across the pond. And if I can catch the mind of this tiefling, I will induce it into, or I will drift it calmly to sleep.
Okay.
And hopefully I will arrive afterwards before it drowns. But if
Okay.
it drowns, well,
if
that
it
sucks, I
if
guess.
it starts drowning, I'm pretty sure that'll take it out of sleep.
Now,
because
That's
it's
true.
the way sleep works.
Does anyone have a passive perception of 13 or more?
I have 13.
I do.
Hello.
I have 14.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. You
Both of them.
would
Wow.
have
Me.
noticed that when he jumped into the lake, there was no splash.
Oh, it's a
Oh,
Oh, motherfucker!
In that case, can I rescind my sleep if I would have seen that?
I'll spoil it for you. Your sleep will work.
Yeah!
Because when you cast the sleep, you hear a thud and a tumble, and
Oh my god, the pond was fake.
It was
It
fake!
was fake water, guys.
Oh my
I don't
God,
trust
it's
this
fake
entire. I don't
water!
trust anything anymore.
And
Fuck
with
this
that-
place.
Me either!
initiative is over. Both of your targets are asleep.
Woohoo!
Can I just throw rope, start tying up, please?
You most certainly can.
So what exactly? I trust that this was for a good reason because you have let us know what you were doing.
I'm sorry?
Well, one, the path was illusionary, and two, when I decided to walk up a little bit more, they were happy to have a wonderful conversation about necromancy.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, please tie these criminals up. Renee, I don't know what is underneath this water, but I know that it is not more liquid. Please fetch the last one.
And she will do so, walking right in, no hesitation, just into the water.
You walk
boy.
in, and
It's gonna be a hole.
your
gonna be a
leg
hole.
falls into a hole and catches on something hard and firm, like metal.
Hey. Oh.
Upstairs.
And when you kind of dip your head into the water, you can see that there is a ladder heading downwards, and you can see the tiefling at the bottom, about 10 feet down, snoring.
She will pick him up and walk him back up.
All right, yep.
Like, climb back up. Yep.
You
Can I
climb-
also stick my head through the water because I'm curious?
Yep, you may.
I'm a little curious. How far was that fall?
10 feet.
10 feet? He would still have taken damage if he had fallen asleep.
That's right. He would have woken up. If you
Yeah.
take damage while under the sleep spell, it wakes you up.
That's true.
Yep.
That is, you know what? That is true, but I'm gonna say he bonked his head, and he is
Got knocked out.
sore. He's not knocked out, but he's sorely so hurt that he hit himself on the head. That he's
Yeah.
he's dazed basically.
Love that.
To give you
Appreciate
to give you an out, if he had gone down the thing in the first place, and this is only a 10-foot drop, then he would be anywhere below 10 feet and therefore would not have taken damage.
Yeah, there we go.
Sure.
We'll say that.
Yeah, there we go.
Do I see
right.
this weird hatch when I stick my head through the water?
Yeah, not exactly a hatch, but a vertical tunnel. And
wanna go in it.
when you a vertical tunnel with a ladder leading down, and when you stick your head in, Renee, you would notice this as well when you were down there, that it smells awful.
Yeah, I want to go down there.
Well,
I'll throw the rope at you guys, and I'm going down there.
Luna,
Alright,
I would not recommend
as-
immediately. And there she goes.
As I am manhandling these two, having them tied behind having their arms tied behind them, rather good knots. That way they don't get out very easily.
Yeah.
And I will wait for them to wake up.
Okay.
Well-
What's anybody else doing in the meantime?
Well, apparently Luna's going down the ladder.
All right, we will
Luna's
catch
got
up.
her swords out, and she's going down the hole.
Yep. You go
my
down
God.
the hole, and when you release off of the ladder, and you step in something wet and smelly on a
Ugh.
hard stone floor, and we will catch up with you later.
Oh, I don't like that.
In the meantime, the rest of you three, what are you doing? Are you also
I'm-
waiting for
I'm-
these two to wake up?
Renee will
Well,
look
I'm
between
sitting
the
on a rock,
Mm.
kind of like legs crossed, and kind of just opening up the barrel and kind of just twisting through all the bullets. and kinda
Luckily for
waiting
you.
for them to wake up.
Luckily for you, this is the main part of our job. Mine specifically is interrogation. So,
Oh, same here. Click.
I raise my eyebrows at the click of the gun.
Good
I
cop,
holster
bad
it.
cop action.
I holster it for now.
I don't think I'm going to be needing something so physical.
Oh no, I don't think physicality is the best way to perform any form of interrogation. The moment that you start hurting them, they'll say anything to make it stop.
Absolutely.
I just want them to talk like we were old friends.
Yes. If you will leave this to the professional. And I like lower my hand onto the one that I cast on, and I will pull their consciousness back out into the forefront as I end the sleep spell.
Oh.
Howdy.
All right. Get it over with.
Right. It seems that you've had a nasty fall. I wonder what you were doing out here in such an open plain.
Picking berries.
Ah, yes, of course. And what else?
Berries.
He just holds his lips tight.
Can I physically look for the berries that he's been picking?
Yeah, you can easily see them where Renee kind of just like found them. They're just on the ground.
Okay. I put them in a pile next to him. These are some mighty fine berries. I can't imagine what you might be using them for.
Soup.
And my foot hovers over one of the berries and I stomp on it.
No reaction.
He
He cocks
talk
one
or
eyebrow.
I'll break your berries.
He cocks one eyebrow and looks at you in confusion. You wanna go carve on the tree too?
No, it's just I can imagine how definitely useful if you were picking them all off for necromancy. Step on another one.
He narrows his eyebrows and looks to another bush with another bunch of berries attached to it.
Perhaps we
come
can
on.
be... Enoch, I can handle this a bit more simply. My friend, and I look back to the tiefling, my friend. I understand that you have done nothing wrong. You are in the wrong place at the wrong time. And we've heard things that are unfortunately incriminating. I want to help you, but I can't do that if you do not help me. Please. What
Step on
were
another
you
berry.
actually doing here?
You can give me a persuasion. A lot of those being rolled. He sighs a bit. Well, I guess there's no reason not to tell you. Say, if I tell you this information, you let me go?
Of course. I give him this for the very first time, like instead of having a blank expression, I give him a very warm smile.
All right. That's no skin off my back. It's my first day. We were supposed to be picking some berries, see, for a ritual. For the spine of death. You heard of them, yeah?
Of course.
See, I don't really know why. Some weird ritual that they have. I don't see why they couldn't just summon an undead, you know? People do it all the time. People don't need to lay down a big old chalkboard in order to cast magic missile, do they?
Chalkboard? And where in the world would that be?
He tilts his head over to where Luna went down. The abandoned sewers.
There's a ritual being performed there.
Yeah.
By who?
Well, who you guess?
I couldn't. You're much smarter than I am. I wouldn't know.
Flattery will get you nowhere. It's the spine of death. You know, guys who came here, blasted the whole place. I thought, maybe
I
there's
was
something
hoping
in
more
it for me,
specifically.
you know, joining up with them.
I crush all the berries under my butt, under my
That-
boot.
Under your butt.
I'm beginning to
Under
lose
your
my
butt.
patience.
Just sitting on the berries.
Oh no,
Oh.
not the berries. Wherever shall I find more?
I don't think that you're going to get very far with the berry angle. That is very good information. It means that there is cause to be concerned for our friend's disappearance. Enoch, could you do a very important favor and to find Luna? Make sure that she isn't harmed.
Oh, is that for Renee or Enoch?
I
Sorry.
wipe the bottom of my boot on the pant leg of this dude and walk away.
Oh, come on, man. That's new.
All right.
Christ, Enoch.
You're crushing my berries, my friend. You're crushing my berries.
Just as you do walk off, Enoch, the human starts to wake up as a minute has passed. Julius, they're gonna. Oh, I see. All right. Well, I knew this would happen.
Ah, you're finally awake.
Don't say it.
Right now. No, you started. You have to finish it.
Damn it. No. Hey, you're finally awake. I'm
so
going to.
Enoch and Renee. Enoch, you were gonna go find Luna.
Right.
I'm gonna go find Luna.
All right.
Renee just saw Luna like go down there by
hate you.
herself and was like debating on whether or not to go. But then Enoch goes in. She's like, oh, okay. Like,
I turn around and I start walking backwards. I point towards Nathaniel. Finish the sentence.
Enoch, make
This is
sure
not
she
canon.
doesn't do anything stupid down there.
No certainties.
Oh, merde.
Right.
She'll just walk back over here.
You were trying to cross the border, right? And it's.
In any other scenario, I would just like I would give you a disadvantage, but honestly, the fact that that is true, I'll let you off the hook this time.
Right. Unfortunately,
Like to ban Davy.
unfortunately, my friend, it seems that your ally has already given up everything that, all of the information that could be given. Wait, the tiefling's a man, right?
They're both men, yes.
Okay, he is off the hook. He will be set free, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to take you in for necromancy, and the charge might be quite severe.
You see the tiefling pipe up a little bit. Whoa! Hey, come on! He's my buddy. He's my partner in crime. You can't take him. We gotta be together.
But he has no information to give me. And I look at him like so like sincerely.
The tiefling kind of elbows the human. Tell him about the thing. Well, they're performing a ritual, and they found a body. Yes, a body of an ogre from the city. They've been using the sewers as travel. Yes, the sewers are abandoned, and they use illusions to cover them so that they can go in and out of the city whenever they want.
Oh. Renee, did you get all of that?
Yes.
This is very good. You've both done a very good thing here. Thank you so much for telling us. Is there anything else?
Can you just make sure to never see us again and never mention us to blah? And he's about to finish, and then the tiefling elbows him again. Don't say fuck it.
Oh, there's more.
The tiefling stares daggers. We gotta tell him, man.
My friend, I am doing everything that I can for you, but I cannot help you if you do not help yourself.
It's really the only way to save yourselves at this point because unfortunately you had the witness.
There's a guy. The human continues, and the tiefling's like, don't. He goes by Bloodstride.
Bloodstride. Tell me more about this Bloodstride.
He's kind of the boss around. He goes around recruiting people to join in, making sure that he grabbed us up. You know, we're down on our luck. Trade's been hard, man. Money's been hard to get by, and he offered us a job to join in. And he's got a nice voice, man. And he's got this weird, freaky skull helmet too.
Oh,
And neither of you have performed any actual necromancy.
Tiefling pipes
Right.
up. First day.
Of course.
They promise to teach us, but you know, give and take.
Is that really the practice you want to study? Practice.
Anything that puts food on the table.
I'm going to like look at Renee for a moment. I won't turn my head away from the
looks
tiefling, but I'll like blink and turn my
Absolutely
eyes.
disgusted.
Renee, if do these people offend your sensibilities?
What do you think? They
I
decided that bringing back the dead is something that they are willing to do.
The tiefling shrugs. They ain't using their bodies no more.
I would suggest that you stop speaking for a moment.
What?
Renee.
What's she gonna do? Slap
She
me into
looks like
next week?
She pulls out a single silver coin.
Oh.
And Nathaniel has seen her do this enough, and he knows what she's got up her sleeve. And she's just like, I'm going to put this down his back. I swear to all the gods, I will do it.
Oh no, a shiny
More-
coin. What's it gonna give me? The chills?
I believe that these two have given us all of the information that we can get. For now, the best thing to do would be set them free, as they asked. And I'm going to, like, very calmly take the palm of my hand, and put it up to the cheek of the tiefling. You have done a very good thing, and I appreciate your help. You will be rewarded. I cast Mind Sliver.
Holy
Oh my
shit!
god! Holy god! I'm gonna blow this man's brain out.
Show me Mind Sliver.
Go!
Mind Sliver is not a very powerful cantrip, but it does. There's nothing they can do to stop it, because they'll just keep doing it until they're. My intention is to knock them out, but if I can't knock them out, then I am just going to keep doing this until it seems like they can't take anymore, and then hit them over the head.
Whoops. Can you click the spell description real quick for me so I can see what it does?
I wish I could.
In the chat, you can click show spell description. There we go.
There we are. Found it.
Sorting spike of
It just cool.
psychic energy. One creature you can see within range. The target must succeed in an intelligence saving throw. Oh shit. So it's just a hurtful.
It's just consistent.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
It's
just a
just
really
brain
bad
stab.
cantrip.
Yep.
Such a
Brain.
good spell.
Yep.
Yep. I just scramble their brains for a moment.
Yeah,
Oh
both
my
of them.
God.
Well, the first one,
Yeah.
the tiefling first.
And you see the human is like just rolling his eyes a bit. You should have kept your mouth shut, man. And the
Ouch.
tiefling's just out on the ground in agony. Ah, you shut up, you wimp.
Are they still awake?
Yes, they are.
Mind Sliver.
They're
I would
both-
like to keep doing it until they are
You're
knocked out.
keeping going. I see.
Yep.
Continuous
Until they are
thing.
knocked out. Again, if considering I've done this before, if this would kill them, I don't want to do that.
Yes,
But if I can just
You
yeah,
consistently mind sliver them until they're knocked unconscious.
specifically the first one. This one, while he's still awake, I want to do something with just very
okay.
quickly so that we don't take up too much time.
You can see.
So after this one's knocked
yeah,
out.
the human is kind of a little shaky.
Actually, it was because you spoke up that I am not as. I didn't have to resort to such measures. You see, the tiefling was tight-lipped. There's nothing else that we need from you, right?
He
Nothing to
he
tell
looks
us?
down for a bit. There's a child. Part of the ritual required a child, and I didn't much
Renee's
like.
face.
I didn't much like
drops.
that, but the boss, Bloodstride, he insisted that we needed one. She's down there.
My initially, like when I talk to this guy, my demeanor is trying to be very comforting and on their side. But when he says this, I immediately revert back to the to my normal state of betraying absolutely no emotion, a blank stare at him. I'm going to have to knock you out for now. We will come back for you and decide what must be done. Thank you for your help, I say as I reach over and mind sliver.
Yeah, anytime. Ah! And then he falls over,
Oh,
unconscious as well.
They're tied up and unconscious. We will deal with their bodies later. Let's go find our friends and save this child.
Yep, Renee is like immediately on. Like as soon as hearing like "let's go," she's like off.
Okay,
How far are me and Luna?
we're about to get to that.
You guys
So-
have as much fun as you would like. I know we just took up a bunch of time.
We did. You're good.
So we're gonna go in order. The first one who drops down is Luna, and you guys can scroll all the way to the bottom.
I see.
Aha.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. Let me just grab the music real quick.
I'm just
Did want to try and have some time with Luna, but
Oh yeah. I don't want to be here right away because I
No,
want to
no.
give them
Yeah, the tokens are there for
Oh,
convenience.
The only reason is because Luna literally went in immediately.
Yeah, she saw
Yeah.
the hatch
Yeah,
and
that's
was
the only
like, all
reason.
right, you got that covered.
Yeah,
I'm
don't worry.
going down.
I'm gonna count
Yeah.
for the time that it took. Don't worry. I'm just gonna put the other two down, like down here.
Perfection.
And let's see.
Dashing.
I still would have had some time ahead of you. So
yeah, I'm doing my best.
Failed to load. Come on, Fred Boat.
Red
There
Boat,
we
come
go.
on. There you go.
So, Luna, you're the first one down. You drop down and immediately step into some sewage water. It smells god awful in here. The pungent stench kind of fills your lungs as you climb down, and you can see that there are drains. There are remains of old dead humanoids down here as well, and there are several paths that you can take. Following moments behind you, Enoch drops down a few moments later.
When he drops down, he'd see that I have both swords drawn, and I am very carefully stepping.
Gee! That is
Oh my
something
God,
nasty.
Shh. You know how many of them are down here? I'm not threatening, but I'm like pointing the tip of one of my swords in like his general direction. You don't know how many people are down here, and you come here down like that?
Not like that. We haven't been making noise before.
After you did, you hear the echoing of she echo throughout all the halls.
My point exactly. And I would like to start seeing if I can find a path that's been traversed recently.
Okay. Before we do, I wanted to say the music here is courtesy of Music Reborn, who is also the composer for the Crap Guide theme.
Hey!
And I'm glad to have them aboard to recreate the soundtrack that I originally made for this game, but could use some remastering. Therefore, they were able to help me with this. So, yes, if you would like, you can give me a little perception to see if there's any, perhaps, remnants of paths once traveled.
I wish I was good at perception, but let's go! 10.
Okay. You look around, and the place is kind of really run down, rusted. You can tell that this place has not been used. There is no flowing water at all, and any possible footsteps would have probably just been covered up in all of the grime of the area.
Well, is it dark down here?
It is very dimly lit.
Okay. Well, dark vision is an awesome thing.
It is.
I want to start looking down hallways then. I'm not paying any attention to the fact Enoch is there. I look like a predator on the prowl.
Okay.
Kind of slinking around.
I will say to the north, you can see very, very distantly some figures. Can't really tell what they are. To the left, you see the same kind of distant figures, and to the right, you see close by figures. Something of kind of knee height, large, and kind of crawling around the ground. You also hear rushing water to the right.
I want to start going north, I guess.
All right, and once you do, the other two finally catch up with you.
Draw out the gun.
And you guys arrive, and the same stench fills your noses. Renee and Nathaniel.
Oh, understood.
Yep. So you're gonna start going north, Luna?
Yup, I'm creeping along, sneaking.
Okay. You head north, and you can see those little lined squares, by the way, those are drains.
Gotcha.
And the kind of blue spots, I'm going to let you guys know now, if combat starts in here, those blue spots are difficult terrain. However, So they do take twice your movement. However, if you wish to use your full movement, for each square, you need to make a dexterity saving throw or fall prone from slipping. How you can tell if the square is covered in this water is if it takes a majority of the square. So if it's like halfway, like this one, it's not covered. If it's like this one, where, you know, if it's in the corner, it's not covered. If it, you know, it has to cover a majority of the square.
Gotcha.
So, yep, you head up north, and
I'm sneaking specifically. I am being quiet.
You can give me a stealth check if you would like.
Okay. I have disadvantage on these, but I have proficiency because chainmail.
Nice. All right.
13.
You are handily able to move fairly quietly, softening the jingles of your chainmail.
Cool.
In
Seeing
fact,
the other two drop down, I'm gonna.
Do you guys want to do this on initiative order, or do you just want to like go on, like, and just let each other go at your leisure?
I would say just at our leisure for the time being.
Yeah, initiative if
until,
other
like,
people
things
start
get-
getting involved.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna look at the other two, and I'm just gonna signal that there are figures on both ends and towards the north. No words passed, lest they can actually see me.
Right.
I am going to move closer towards.
Can I go ahead and move my token? So.
Oh, do you not have control?
Oh, I was asking if I was allowed to.
Oh, yeah,
I didn't
go
wanna...
ahead. You can move anywhere on the board that's visible. Let me turn on my fan. It's starting to get hot in here.
Valid. It's getting hot in here, so turn on all your fans. I am getting so hot, I'm gonna turn all my fans on.
Okay.
I'm gonna
return.
keep my back to the walls in every room, just kind of using each and every advantage I can.
Okay. Yeah. You may roll stealth as well if you're trying to be stealthy.
I would gesture to kind of stay a couple feet back from me, so we don't have a bunch of heads poking around the corner.
Very nice. As you approach over there, you do see down this hallway, and this hallway.
Oh, great.
And you can see that there are a few sewer rats kind of
It's Marshall.
gnawing at some bones and some little bits of meat. They are malformed and overgrown and horribly diseased. This one just kind of hisses at you guys at approaching, but kind of like backing away.
I put the gun away. I pull out the rapier instead.
Okie dokie.
I want to kind of shimmy along this wall.
Okay. Your footsteps, you try to muffle. They're very gently splashing into the water.
Yeah, and I know that this is, you know, slippery territory here.
It is, but you're moving carefully, so.
Yeah.
And as you approach over there, you get to see down this hallway.
Yup.
And Renee and Nathaniel, are you guys doing anything?
Right, I wanted to give them as much opportunity to do stuff outside of us as possible.
Yeah, because we took our sweet time interrogating, so.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
With that, what can I see along these sides?
So, along these sides, let me see what are behind those. You see that down to the left path, very, very distantly, there are two figures. And down to the right, a lot closer, very similar sized figures, and two paths kind of going upwards.
Figures. Can I roll perception to see what kind they are?
You most certainly can.
Humanoid shapes.
Yep. You see, they're low to the ground. They seem to be quadrupedal, and they don't seem to pay you much mind. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to reveal this one because it's close enough. With that perception, you see that down here. Oh, where's the other? There's supposed to be another rat. There's a rat over here.
Rat.
Are they meant to
Where
be?
the rats?
That's what I was gonna get. I didn't want to do it, but you didn't
And,
want to plan.
you also see a dead sewer rat kind of laying with its stomach like up to the ceiling and its ribs malformly extended out as if they bursted from the inside. You also,
ew.
Gross.
you also
no.
see a pipe that is rushing just some really gooey thick water down, just and it is slowly draining as well.
I am going to cautiously step over here, and I'm going to look at this crime scene.
The rat backs away and hisses at you.
I'm uninterested in the rat. He is so I look at this crime scene. I've seen many different crime scenes in my time. I'd like to roll investigation to see if I can't discern. I have a theory. My current theory that I will relay to Renee unless I can come up with something better. As I step forward, that rat appears to have been killed from the inside out. Not that something has eaten it, but that something burst from it.
Do you think it does a test?
I believe that the water here is not as clean as you might think. Perhaps it is an ooze of some sort. Drank by the rat, and then burst out. Can I roll an investigation to see if I might be right?
You almost certainly can.
Hey!
We only roll 20s in this house.
Taking a closer look at the water,
Love
and
it.
although it is nothing anything should ever drink, there's no further properties from it. But knowing what you know, with that high of a perception, this was a failed raising.
Oh.
I was right!
Oh.
Oh, fuck!
You can see
Oh,
the
that's fucked.
skeletal form inside the rat tried to form into something,
We don't know
but
that.
something went horribly wrong, and it burst instead.
Oh no, I hate being right.
Those are some fucked visuals.
Jesus. As much as I enjoy covering as much ground as possible, we should meet with the others. There's too much information that we know that they need to.
Renee will nod and say, I agree. Especially from the look in one of the fact that she's just like the fact that one of that Luna just landed down here. I don't understand.
I'm gonna start making moves up towards the northwest here.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wanted to go to the southwest.
Let's pause here.
Yeah.
I just imagine me and Enoch just kind of look at each other, look at the paths, give a nod, and
Pick one.
As you do,
Yep.
I'm gonna need everybody to roll some initiative, because when
Oh no!
Enoch and Luna, when you take step into that room, the two piles of bones start to form.
Oh no! Oh no! I only got 8.
Alright.
And they turn into
This was not my
humanoid
initiative
Oh,
this
God.
time.
as
that was
two
almost.
skeleton warriors appear.
Why do I keep rolling so low?
I
don't
know. The skeleton warriors.
Oh my god, no! Because my brain immediately just from days on past just went da 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 da.
Oh god damn it!
This is the exact. Now I know how Daito feels
I
when
hate
he
it here.
rolls on my game. Every online roller is just such a terrible RNG.
Yeah, well.
Not that bad.
I rolled a 20. I think you just
You
got
gotta
lucky.
treat it nicely. If you're mean to it, it knows your fear.
If you are mean to the dice gods,
knows.
it will punish you.
All
You
right.
always
will.
sacrifice your d20s to the dice gods.
Yes.
Luna, you're up first. You are approached
Okay.
by a skeleton who wields a very rusted and worn down scimitar. What do you do?
It's a beautiful day outside.
Okay. Why? Where's my character sheet? There it is. So I already had my swords drawn, and I was just kind of watching. So as walking like carefully, so as this thing raised up, I just imagined I was like, "Oh, hello there," and I'm just immediately going at it.
Okay. Hello there.
Absolution, let's go. That's a 9.
That is a 9.
Kenobi.
You go to take a swipe and it parries your blow with its scimitar. You chip away some of the rusted blade, but don't make any headway.
Oh, you're gonna be like that, huh? Hey, Enoch! You wanna see why they call me a ghost? And I want to use my bonus action to call forth my echo.
Oh, so I don't have a token for this, unfortunately.
Ooh.
It's okay. I would like to describe my echo though.
Yes, go ahead.
As I kind of give you that cheeky remark, if you look back, you will see my shadow elongating.
Ooh.
And appearing right about here, because it can appear within 15 feet of me, is a hulking figure of a humanoid man wearing a breastplate, wielding the same interesting sword with the bird skulls on the crossguard, and a cloak of black feathers. His face is in shadows.
All right, is that where he's going, that little blue ghost?
Yep.
Okay.
And
here's something I can actually do here. I can copy and paste your token, and I can actually tint it. So that's what I'm going to try to do.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I'll
that's a
have
really cool idea.
Yeah.
I'll have proper art of my echo.
Yes.
Done.
Let's do darker than that,
Go.
since it is a shadow. There we go.
And I think I want to unleash incarnation on this guy and take and have my echo make an attack.
All right, show me the attack.
Absolution once more. Do better.
All
23 bitches.
While it
Oh,
parries
yeah.
your first blow,
Damn.
it leaves it completely open to the second, and crack! Show me the damage. You cut
7.
off a big chunk of bone that falls to the ground and rattles. Anything else? Well, that was your action and your bonus action. Any further
Yep,
movement
and I
you would like
should-
to make?
Nope. I should note though that my sheet is lying because when I don't have my swords out, my AC is a 16, but because I have both out, it's a 17. So
Nice.
remember that.
All right, I'll try to keep that in mind. Nathaniel,
Yeah.
you hear this racket happening.
Not knowing exactly what the problem is, I'm going to pick up the pace and start running towards them. So,
When you start to run over this grate, I'm gonna need you to make a dex save.
Good.
What?
It was slimes the whole time.
It was slimes.
Oh God, what happened?
Oh, Jesus!
You run over the grate, and immediately your leg is snagged by something soft and gelatinous.
I knew it
Great.
was slimes.
You were
You all
right.
laughed at me, but it was slimes the whole time.
Your
Oh,
movement,
no.
your
Of course it
movement
was
has
lived
been
down here.
halted, but you still have both your actions.
Okay, so I look down and I see that.
Mm-hmm.
Does
You
it
can-
seem to be a slime wrapping itself around my leg?
Not only does it seem to be a slime, it seems to be a gelatinous cube coming out from the floor.
Oh Jesus, no!
Oh God!
Oh no!
I'm so I was running forward. Currently, I believe that the other two are in danger, so I don't have time to maintain any composure. I will lower my I'll lower my glasses and look at this giant mess that's coming out from the grate, and I will point my hand at it outstretched. Return back to the depths. And I will cast Dissonant
I'm
Whispers.
gonna do an accurate size. There we go.
Oh God, I hate it.
Oh God, that's a huge cube too. I hate it.
Dissonant Whispers.
Cast Dissonant
Dissonant
Whispers.
whispers.
Real
okay.
sad Dissonant Whispers damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
May I see the description real quick?
Click.
Target must make a wisdom saving throw and fail save, and must immediately use a reaction to move far away. Okay. Let's see.
Go back down the hole. Go back down the hole.
Ah, God, Nathaniel's the scariest person here. I love it.
Cube.
I love
Look at this
Nathaniel.
cube. They don't have high wisdom, right? Right?
I don't know.
Do they even have brains?
They don't have high wisdom, you're right, because it failed.
Yay!
It
Yay!
seeps back into the grate. So
Understood.
I'm just gonna make it vanish for now. However, your movement still has been halted, but you are able to fend off the cube.
I'm going to look back at Renee, and I'm going to hold my my thumb and forefinger out to her as I reach into her mind and give her the inspiration she needs. Go, find them.
All right, Renee, you are inspired.
Yes, I'm inspired. Thank you.
All All right. Next are the skeleton warriors. Da, 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 da. This skeleton warrior is going to just take a straight slash at you, Luna.
Yep.
Ooh, it
AC
just
17?
Yeah, it just breaks that, and it takes a slice out of you. You take 4 slashing damage as it starts to rattle.
Cool. That's not too bad.
And this one is going to leap at you, Enoch, and is going to attempt to grapple you. I'm going to need you to make a opposing athletics check.
Or acrobatics?
Or acrobatics, that's true. Yes, you are right.
Okay.
In order to dodge out of the way.
17.
Let's see. Yep, it's enough. You manage to get out of the way, and it just kind of bashes into the wall and continues to rattle. But you do not get grappled. Renee! You are
Hello.
Wait. She's 8, but I'm 9.
Oh shit, my bad. Enoch. I
Yeah, I'm just like, wait.
I misarranged them. I'm sorry. So sorry.
As this dude hits the wall after taking a sidestep, I pull out Objection, and I put it towards the base of the skull. I'm going to use my grit point for a Deadeye shot, which pretty much doesn't give me disadvantage because of the range, but it doesn't give me advantage because of the range.
Okay.
So it's a straight roll.
All right. Show me the gun. Oh boy.
I've
gonna
caught
be
my
22.
attention. Holy shit.
Hell yeah!
That's a 22.
22. Here, let me scroll up to show the chat. That's a 22. Yeah, that's good. We don't need to show all that. That's just rules of Let's see. Hold on. You're just doing a normal fire, right?
Yeah. It just has all that information just in case.
For the
if I
various
roll
different
a
types
1.
of attacks, yeah.
Yeah.
As they
If I
say
roll a 1, there's a problem.
as they say in Underwatch, it's midnight.
It's 5 o'clock.
What?
It's 12:00.
I'm sure the chat is
Or
screaming
as Enoch would say, objection.
Well, show me
Where's the
the
damage?
damage. You can click the
Trying
pistol.
to roll the damage.
Yeah,
Well,
if you click,
pistol in the chat
Oh.
rather than there we go.
yeah, there you go.
You fire your pistol and a loud bang rings and echoes throughout all the halls. And smoke kind of covers your face a little bit at the firing of your flintlock and
I don't like
into
that.
the skeleton.
It is a pistol, which means after that round, it turns the cylinder to its next shot.
All right. I think rules for guns is that you need to spend a bonus action to reload, if I'm correct.
No. It takes 4 shots, and then I have to spend an action to reload.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Good to know.
Yep.
Okay. Yes. You blast off a few chunks of its bones. Well done.
Actually,
Anything else you would like to do, Enoch?
I am checking something really quick. Let's see. Oh! Let's see. Actually, no. I can't use it, but it's good to know that I have it. The blade is still in my other hand, though, so just in case.
Mhm.
You use the attack action and attack with a one-handed weapon. You can use a bonus action. to
Yeah,
load a
you're looking at
firearm with a
offhands?
light property. Okay. No, it's my feat. Firearm specialist.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yep. That's pretty much it. I
All
just
right.
put
Renee,
a
now
bullet
it's your
in the
turn.
back of the
Hello.
thing's head.
Now it's your turn.
I have a speed of 30 feet, so I am going to listen to what I have been told, and I'm going to attack 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
Now
30. I can get here.
keep in mind, if you are running through this, or are you using careful movement?
I'm using. Well, okay.
Because this water takes twice your movement speed, but if you run through it, you have to make a dex save. Remember.
I didn't know the water. Okay, so can I go
I'm
this
not-
way and not have to worry about it?
She
Actually,
can go through me, right? I'm not stuck, so
Oh.
I,
you know what? Yeah, you can. You can just go through him. Never mind.
Okay, I just
Just
wasn't sure if I
kidding.
could go through them or not. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Just want to double confirm. 5, 15,
Yeah.
20,
It's
and then
enemies that you
25.
can't go through without a special key.
Ah, yep. Okay, right. So that was my 30 feet. So I'm imagining I can see this thing now.
Oh yeah, you can see it. You can see that
Cool.
Luna has duplicated herself and it's fighting
Ah.
a skeleton.
So she just goes, all right.
Rather, not duplicated herself, but has a shadowy figure
And-
that is next to her. Yeah.
I will cast True Strike.
Nice. And yeah, this is the homebrew True Strike.
This is the homebrew, yep.
Who would
So-
you like to gain the bonus of True Strike?
I mean, I see Luna right in front of me.
Okay.
I don't know if I can see Enoch because of the wall. Or
You
can
would
I?
not.
Okay. So I only see Luna. So I probably am just pointing at the skeleton and just being like, so I see you all fighting a So she also like snaps and points as like the way she casts the spell, as if like she's trying to recall something in her brain. But yeah, no, tell me those defenses, my guy.
Defenses. Okay.
Or like it says to me, the magic grants you a brief insight into the target's defenses, and on the next turn, whoever I've told this to gets the advantage on their
Yes.
attack roll.
Okay. You know that this skeleton is weak to bludgeoning damage, so any bludgeoning will deal double damage.
Cool.
And it has no other special resistances of any kind to any elemental stuff. Specifically,
Cool.
bludgeoning is good against it. And
Oh,
yes,
she just says, punch it!
yes, Luna. On your turn, you will have advantage on your your first attack roll against that skeleton.
Nice. Thank you, Renee.
You're welcome, now punch it!
All right, Luna, your turn.
I guess that's what I'm doing. I'm dropping a sword and I'm trying to punch this
All
bitch.
right, show me an unarmed strike. I think that's a strength roll, yeah?
Yeah. Well, I have
Strength
a
attack.
macro for it.
Cool.
Shit.
I gotta
Nice.
remember
What are
to
you
get
doing?
Show me the
and
damage.
my
Let's see if you crit. Let's see if you crit.
right. I forget.
Okay, we'll take the
just look at
23.
it.
That's fine.
My bludgeoning gets a flat. My unarmed strike does a flat 3 damage, but I guess since it's weak, that's 6.
Oh, you just get a flat amount?
Yeah, because it's to your strength modifier, I believe.
Damn.
That's what D&D Beyond says.
I am willing to believe D&D Beyond. So yes, that deals a 6 damage. Just poof, you crack several bones and it's about to fall apart.
Uh-huh. Shit. Do I unleash my incarnation a second time and let my let my echo also do something? No. I think I'm gonna just I'm gonna send my echo over to Enoch because my echo, I believe, can take the help action. The skeleton will get an attack of opportunity, I believe. I just want to make sure real quick before
Yes.
I go sending this thing off because this is my first time bringing the echo out.
And the Echo has the same AC as you, yeah?
Yep, which I don't know if you want to count that if it has... No, because it only has one of the swords. It doesn't have the other one, so I guess it's also
16
a 16
for now, yeah. Because
Yeah.
you, all right.
Yeah, it doesn't have the...
Goes to swipe. It is not able to catch your Echo, unfortunately. Or
Yeah,
fortunately for you.
Okay, I don't think I can get the help action, but I believe if he's right next to it, he gets flanking, so...
If you are on the opposite end.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
my Echo should be able to get there just fine, actually. 'Cause
Yeah.
The Echo has 30 feet of
You
movement.
are here, yes.
Right here? Yeah.
No, right here. So it has to
Right
be
here,
like
right
on
here,
either
right here.
side. Yep. So
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
attacks against melee attacks rather against the skeleton now have a +2 to hit.
Yep.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
Nathaniel, you have
I
warded
move.
off the gelatinous cube. What do you do?
Right. All right. With the gelatinous cube gone, I am going to quickly move over here. That's 3 steps. That's 25 because I had to. Actually, the step on is not difficult terrain, so that is 20, and then this would be 30 because I'm
Yep.
stepping
Carefully.
in difficult terrain. Looking around, let's see. Who can I see? I can see. I can halfway see Enoch, but I can't see what he's fighting, so he seems fine. But I see this monster here. Undead.
Just had its fucking skull
Neck-
cracked.
Undead. Necromancy. I raise my hand and I point it at this skeleton. Whether your own someone else's, a mind still controls you. And I will suss it out. And I pull back, and I am going to cast Vicious Mockery. Did not mean to roll it twice.
That's okay. We'll take the first one.
Yay!
Okay, DC 14. Yeah. Oh, that's enough. The skull of this skeleton just crushes and kind of fumbles in, and the skeleton falls to the ground.
Thanks for
Enoch,
that.
are you all right?
Enoch?
Enoch,
Yeah. Sorry about
Okay,
that.
so he's over there.
I guess
Oh,
that's-
good. That
that's
means
the
we're all
answer.
accounted for.
I end my turn. I have nothing else I would like to do.
All right.
Word.
Next is the skeleton warrior. This skeleton warrior
That's gonna make me laugh.
is going to take its sword and pierce into itself, and it starts to rattle and shake, and it's going to explode.
Ah.
Oh.
The sword and its ribs, which it pierced with it, starts to glow briefly, and
Oh no.
Enoch,
Oh, hit the deck!
I need you to make a con save, and I guess
This may
do
have-
echoes need to make saving throws?
Yeah, but they make it with my modifier.
All right, both of you make a con save.
But I will say, if this is not a save and
Odd.
take no damage, the echo's gone. It only has 1 hit point.
Yes, that is right. It is a con.
All right.
Ah!
Nice.
Why didn't you make my save?
Way.
There we go. Oh, there we go.
Hey!
Luna,
Hit the deck!
your echo is just fine, and Enoch, you're able to hold your ground as it lets out a explosive, noxious gas that, although the force of the impact is not much to push you, the stench of it almost makes you gag. But Enoch, you're fine. You take 1 poison damage,
Oof.
and it explodes.
Oh!
You all right there?
That smells of something fierce. Oh!
Are we all okay?
I think so.
At the commotion, you
Oh,
see
howdy!
that
Took y'all long enough.
the rats kind of skitter away, just in panic.
There,
Are we
there is
out of
much-
initiative?
are we? Are we out of initiative?
You are, yes.
Yeah.
There is much to worry about. Gelatinous cubes infest the sewers. The necromancers are using a child in a ritual somewhere inside of these catacombs, and as you have just experienced, some of their experiments have already begun to move.
Oh well.
I like
need to-
look at my shadow. All right, let's find it then.
I stare at the shadow for a moment. A strange trick.
If you look down, you'll notice that it's connected to my shadow. No matter which way the light moves, wherever that thing moves, my shadow stretches to it.
I take
Oh,
a
it's so
step to
cool.
the side.
It's not.
Right.
We need to find
I'll
out where
explain
exactly
later.
we're going.
We need to find this thing quickly. There are children at stake, and the ritual is going to get more powerful.
Then let's go. I didn't see any tracks, but you two seem to be more perceptive than I
This
am.
is the perfect time to use one of my feats.
Yes!
You know, yeah, listen, I have a spell that is inherent with my person because of the the race that I have decided on. Find traps!
Ah, you set the precedent of any trap within range that is within line of sight. And let's see.
And it's not a spell slot either because of my
Holy shit.
Nice.
Glyph of warding, mechanical trap that would not reveal, blah, 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 blah. And how long
hell.
does this last? Oh, it's instant. It just reveals them
instantaneous. It just literally reveals anything within 120
within. Oh
feet.
my gosh. Hold on. Let me see how.
Yeah, no, this is terrifying.
This is an incredibly
Yeah.
broken spell.
Great,
Jesus.
that's
Very
a great
incredibly
spell.
broken
Let me
spell.
see. I'm gonna.
I should have been using this in Tomb. Jesus.
Whee!
Oh,
I will say, it does reveal that the trap is present, but you don't learn the location. Although
Yeah,
you do
it just
learn
says
the
that
general
the traps
nature.
are there.
Oh, that's the whole dungeon. Okay.
Oops.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I
good.
might have just revealed your
funny.
entire
You just know where
dungeon.
everything is now. Good
Now,
job.
mind you, it
Oh,
is
wait,
within
wait.
it is within line of sight.
Yeah, it is within the line of sight.
So I would recommend if you do that, you should probably stand like I don't know here or here or.
You're probably right. So
And at one of the
I'll let you
crossroads.
adjust.
I'll
Yeah.
adjust right there. So, I'll
there-
see. I'll look around.
I'll let me reveal.
Basically,
I don't know where they are. I just
Spatial
know there's a
awareness.
basic idea.
Yeah.
So there is one down there. Okay.
No, that's not a trap. You see a lock
Oh.
over there.
Oh.
Let me
Okay.
see. All right, I'm gonna lay out. I'm gonna draw the traps.
Just give me like a sphere because I don't know exactly where it is. Just like a general area of it.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm drawing. Blap.
Spatial awareness.
Does anybody have a
Wow.
trap?
Anybody have a trap? Anybody happen to know what the hell's going on here?
Oh dear, Evan
Let's
Hansen.
see there.
That makes sense.
Let's see where else. None down there.
To specify, this wasn't a feet thing, was it? This was a racial
It's
thing.
not a feet thing. It's a racial thing. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was me
No problem.
missaying it. It's a racial
problem.
thing. You're right.
Yeah,
I
no problem.
appreciate you clarifying.
Racial
that.
Right
feature.
here.
Sure. I was
It's a
confused for a
racial
moment because I'm like,
feature.
wait a minute.
Yeah,
What
you're
feat
right.
is giving you second level spells, and where do I get it?
no, you're right. It's a racial thing. I apologize.
Get
But
one
yeah,
of
no,
them-
it's
Them
race.
fancy
My
feats
bad.
from the back of the blockbuster.
Okay, I have marked all the traps in the area that you
Oh.
would see from where you are, or like kind of generally would know.
So glad I didn't go north because I almost did.
Oh, you almost ate it.
Well done.
Okay.
How
cool.
do you proceed?
She basically just says, out of everything so far, it looks like this path has something that is fairly large. Would probably highly encourage people not to go that way.
Unless the large trap was meant to keep people from getting somewhere.
Exactly what my thought was. So,
I have an idea.
Yes.
I need fire.
you need fire?
Like
Why do you
fire.
need-
Like a torchish fire, you know.
Do you
just-
not have any tinder boxes or anything in your equipment?
Oh, I do.
But a
I'm just
tinderbox
trying
takes
not
a
to
minute.
use mine.
Well, a
we got a
tinderbox
minute.
doesn't. A tinderbox doesn't get consumed, does it? That's not a consumable. It's just a flint and steel in a box.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I think that a tinderbox has like an amount of charges, but I
Yeah,
can,
but it's
I
not
pull
like
out-
you use it once and it.
Yeah.
that
It's
is
not a
correct.
once thing.
That's correct.
I pull out one of my torches and I start lighting it. Just
Yep. You're able to light
Mind
it very
filling us in
easily.
on what you're doing?
oh, I have a great idea. I'm gonna toss one of the torches over at one of the pile of bones.
The one
that I'm
to the
pushing
northeast of you, or northwest rather. This one.
Yeah,
Okay.
and toss it on top of that set of bones.
You can give me a dexterity check because you are throwing something in a very specific area.
That's a good thing. Dexterity.
It's essentially a
Why
ranged
that?
attack. You throw
Never mind.
You throw it and it lands just short of the skeleton into the gloopy water, which lights a flame.
But
The
Alright.
water is flammable.
Yep.
For the
that's
third
right.
time today.
Good news. Good news. I made a scientific discovery that this water is in fact flammable.
You know, that's
Second time
wonderful.
today, I raise my eyebrows.
You know that's wonderful. I'm glad you made that discovery, but does that help us find the kid? No.
Is it cooking the skeleton next to that water?
Well,
because please.
If the skeleton could feel, it would feel very hot right now.
Can I perhaps roll survival to find tracks that like the most walked paths?
You may.
Fingers crossed.
I believe in you.
Well, it's not that good, but I tried.
It's better than my check.
You did your best.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see any tracks aside from the ones in this kind of thick viscous water that you guys have
That's
made.
fair. That was mostly.
You
just
do in fact, see footsteps in this little water over here. Of course.
Of course, it's the one with the big old trap.
If I had to take a guess, I would say it is this way. But as you said, there is something in the way.
Well, there's a way that we can set off a trap without, getting ourselves hurt, and I just kind of gesture to the Shadow Man following me.
Did it not touch you?
No, that's not how this works. Despite what my HP may say on our tokens, it's not supposed to do that.
We'll figure that out later.
Yeah, don't pay attention to the hit points on this thing. This thing only has one hit point, so it's either there or it's not.
I think there's a much easier way of dealing with this.
I'm gonna walk up to to the flaming goo. By the way, does this flaming goo like at all dissipate over time? Like it?
Oh yeah,
shrinks,
over time, like after a little while, but like you guys, it's only been like a few seconds after you toss the torch.
I'm gonna light another torch with the current fire going on.
Yeah, you're able to light the torch handily. The skeleton does not arise because you are not close enough. But yes,
Alright,
you're able
then
to
I'm
light
gonna
the torch.
walk over here, and I'm gonna toss that torch on top of that grate.
All right, that grate, you toss the torch, no roll required, and that grate fires out a bright beam of arcane energy upwards.
Oh, well, look at that. Another scientific discovery.
You,
Right.
You gotta know where all the plans are. If you don't know what they do, you gotta poke it with the stick.
I wish that I didn't agree with him, but he's right.
I'm making the active effort to assure our safety, so that way we know what we're getting ourselves into.
In any case, this is a time-sensitive mission. I'm moving forward, and I am going to. What? I know that's there. I think I have an idea.
Oh shit!
Oh, I don't
like the torch on top of it.
The confidence level there was not what I wanted.
As I walk forward, I'm going to reach into my coat, and I'm going to toss a dagger into the muck.
All right, you toss the dagger into the muck, and it quivers a little bit. You have just stabbed a gelatinous cube.
Fantastic.
Oh, no,
can I do something really quickly that will end this?
It does not arise, but you can see that it's a lot thicker, and it has like it's holding not a magical illusion, but like an optical illusion to make itself look flatter than it is.
Fantastic. I'm going to solve this very quickly. I'm going to cast sleep at 2nd level.
Okay.
And then I'm going to walk over it.
Yeah, show me the sleep. Oh yeah, that's enough.
Oh,
yep.
beauty.
That's easily enough.
As soon as I see that it is in fact alive, I wave my hand, and then I will walk over it, and I will pick up my knife, and I continue on.
You put the Jello cube to sleep.
I put the water to sleep.
Tired. I put the water to sleep. Ah, there's that thingy. There is a chest, but there's also a skeleton.
All right. What do you do?
Light it on fire.
Now notice the skeleton is trapped, but the chest is not.
No, it is not.
I take a step back. I toss my knife at the chest.
The
chest is not slapped.
It stabs into the chest's hard wood and hangs there.
All right, I'm gonna try to open the chest.
All right, you open the chest. Hold on. Sorry, chat.
I forgot about the box animation.
I can show chat. Sorry, chat. I'm trying to work with 2 computers at once.
You're totally good.
Yeah, so this is the chest that they found. They're not going by the skeleton, and the chest opens. Whoops. Yeah. So and inside, you find a necromancer's starter learning book. Some
Scout's gonna love that.
Burn it.
Ooh, burn
this
it.
is a spell book.
Burn it.
Yep, it is a spell book. It contains a few spells, and at any time you may look in to see what spells are there.
Maybe we shouldn't burn the. Maybe we shouldn't burn the evidence. God damn it, Enoch, your accent is fucking me over. Maybe we shouldn't burn the evidence of what's going on down here. Let the authorities deal with it.
I thumb through it.
Inside.
Don't.
When you read through it.
I pull out my gun and I point it at Nathaniel.
What the fuck?
I don't react to you. I'm already doing it.
All right.
Do not.
You open and you read through. You see the instructions on casting False Life, Sapping Sting, Inflict Wounds, and Blindness Deafness. And it gives a few rundowns of the research done by Kara Miharian. A few field notes and stuff.
Does the name Kara Miharian mean anything to you all?
That's the name of the Black Range Queen.
Yeah, that's the queen.
Making sure.
I'm going to blow that book out of his hand.
Whoa! No,
Are you going to shoot at me?
Renee's been like stepping.
I'm going to shoot at the book.
Shit.
All right, hold on. Player consent. Davy, does he shoot at the book?
He is allowed to do whatever he would like to my character.
Okay. All right. Enoch?
I just want to say, when I saw the gun, I just want to say, when I saw the gun get drawn, my shadow also moved to stand next to Renee to help cover Nathaniel.
Yeah, let's sort of
Davy,
go step by step and see what
you.
happens.
Yeah.
Let's go step by
Davy,
step.
I'm gonna have a moment with you. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, put the damn book down.
Knock you out of your mind! Do you know who you're shooting at?
I know who I'm shooting at. I'm shooting at the goddamn book. It is dangerous magic.
I will.
And you are very much breaking a law right now. And as you can be very aware the kind of person I am, put it down.
So, Nathaniel's not going to look at Enoch because I'm busy looking at the book, but I will close the book and rise as I nudge up my glasses. I am the authority. This is evidence of necromancy. I am breaking no laws. I'm going to turn it in so that this, as I take a step forward, mission may be documented as well as possible so that we are not implicated in it.
Of course we wouldn't be implicated into it, but my point is that you're looking into it.
No, all right. Listen here. Yes, we would be implemented into it, because if you don't remember, we aren't supposed to be telling anyone what we're doing here. Now lower your gun before I take your hand off.
Raise the blade a little closer towards Luna.
I'm going to put this
down.
Put it away.
Put it down.
Why do you not want this to be turned in?
I think he has personal reason to distrust necromancy. That
We
is
all have
reasonable.
personal reason to distrust necromancy.
I understand. This is going to the proper authorities. I am not going to be using this myself, but now I do know what our enemy is equipped with. And I remind you, there is a child, at least one, that is in danger. We can settle this later. And I'm going to slide the book into my coat.
My eyes do not train off of that book.
Lower your weapon.
I'm gonna
now.
You hear the pin fall back, and I put the gun down.
I continue walking. I don't look at Enoch.
So, now, it is 8 p.m. However, there is more to this dungeon. Not much more, but there is more. How are you guys feeling about going one more hour?
I'm down.
I'm going another
down.
hour.
I'm
I
so
got
down.
nothing else to do.
Can we keep playing, please?
Yeah, I'm loving this book.
This is so fun.
Okay.
I love party conflict so much.
Yeah, we can go for one more hour.
Great.
And I promise you guys and the audience that next time I'll try to keep more to a schedule. But this is the first session,
Don't
and
worry.
I want it to go for a little bit longer. I'm liking this.
Yeah.
We're having fun. We're having fun.
Yeah.
I will relay the spells from the book to the group so that they know to be wary of them. Could I get a list of them again?
Just a reminder here. I'll write it down.
Yeah, please do.
Sap.
As we're walking, Renee will also kind of tap Nathaniel's shoulder and just double confirm, because Enoch for sure shot at him. Is what you said?
I don't think
Enoch
Or-
did not. No.
Oh,
He put it
didn't.
down.
He was just threatening it. Okay.
Yeah.
Probably then it's just like a soft tap on the shoulder of like a not like a full on like finger tap, but just like a pat on the shoulder of like a. I'm here.
There we go. Those are the spells. Oh god, the chat is freaking out. Hold on. There we go. Okay.
How so?
I will look over to Renee as she taps my shoulder.
You all right?
Of course I am. I have you here. And I continue.
She smiles. Keeps going.
My face betrays no emotion.
She can't help but smile.
All right. Where do you guys go now?
This seems like a way to go.
Yep.
Let's go.
And I'm not just saying that because I am intensely curious about this metagaming thing.
Listen, I probably would have told you about the door.
Yeah, you would have seen that there
Yeah,
was a
we
very
would've seen
clear
the one.
lock over here that's
Oh.
sticking out.
Before,
Okay.
before, if I can, I'm so sorry. I just,
Sure. Totally.
I want to, as you guys are walking and I see Enoch walking down, I want to grab his arm for a minute.
I shove her off.
Hey, listen to me.
Completely
I-
ignoring.
All right.
All right.
I'm going-
All right. Where are you going?
Where are you going, Enoch?
I have a quandary back the other direction that I'm going to inspect on.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, before you do
Try
that,
not to get yourself killed, please.
Nathaniel and Renee, you wanted to go inspect this lock that you can see.
Or
Yes, you can see that there's a rat that kind of backs into the corner and hisses at you, and you can see behind the lock there's a grate, and behind the grate there's a stairway.
I think we just found the next one.
Everyone, I think that I have found the entrance to their ritual room.
I think Enoch's gone the other direction.
If you would like to accompany him, you may. I'm going to stay here and work on this lock.
Do you know how to pick a lock?
Do you have the tools?
I should actually.
As you
because
approach,
I-
the rat just skitters and tries to snake between your legs.
Hold on, wait. I want to try and catch it. Can I try and catch it?
You most certainly can.
Yeah.
Yes, he's our new pet.
Either a
No, I just want to see. I want to see it.
athletics or acrobatics. It is the size of a
cool.
medium-sized dog.
It's named.
Oh god!
Oh my
Oh, it's a
god!
giant
oh,
rat.
It's an ROU
It's a
rat!
Dark Souls rat. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, it's like a Dark Souls rat.
It's
It's
an
pretty
ROU
gross.
rat!
Marshall is evil now. He has a gun.
You grab it and it screeches.
I'm just trying to see if there's anything unusual about it
You can
while I
see.
have it in my arms. Just
Just looking it over, it's very easy to see. This thing has probably got at least 20 diseases.
oh, let's go.
Oh god.
It
Why?
continues to
Why?
skitter just
He's
away.
the giant rat that makes all
She
of the rules.
looks over back at Luna and just says, "We saw another rat down a different path, and it was an experiment.
All right.
I wanted to be sure it wasn't undead."
I-
She
Context-
just like shakes.
That context would have been lovely beforehand.
Apologies, it slipped my mind.
It's
honestly,
all right. It's all right. We've got a lot going on. Nathaniel, do you know how to pick a lock? Because if you don't, I do.
I do. I need the proper tools for it.
I'll give him my thieves' tools.
Okay.
I'm going to pull off my gloves for a moment and neatly fold them into my pocket as I get to work on this lock.
Okie dokie. What is the roll for that? I'm never clear on tools.
So the way a tool works, and Xanathar's guide will help you out with a lot of this. Is the tool proficiency will just give you your proficiency. Whatever you're trying to do with them, it's just like whatever
You just add your
stat you
proficiency.
like.
Gotcha.
Yeah, to whatever stat. So like if I were trying to know things about how lockpicks are made, I would use my tool proficiency plus my intelligence or something.
Okay.
But in this case, I'm just picking luck, so that would be dexterity and then my proficiency.
Yep. Go ahead.
As I like get to work on this, I'll say,
Question. Would he still have his inspiration from earlier that I cast when we had that first initiative?
How
or
long
was
does that
it
last?
already-
Like 10 minutes?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
I
So
think by now it probably would be longer than 10 minutes, unfortunately.
that's fair. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah, and I would say that your inspiration is probably gone as well at this point.
That's fair. That's also fair.
Gotta use
Listen,
it.
we We were being careful, but also we're
fair.
really good at figuring shit out without having to use it. We're
I get
just good like that.
As I get to work on this lock, I'm going to say to Renee, "You're going to have to forgive us. We work together very often. We work together very often, and as such, we tend not to say things. They go unspoken because we trust each other. I will endeavor to speak more to you."
Be helpful. I'll also try not to run off on my own. I realize that probably wasn't the smartest decision of mine.
I assume that you are powerful enough to keep track of yourself. I ran after you because there was knowledge you didn't have.
3 Yetis I took down. So yes, I'm plenty strong, but admittedly, magic isn't really my strong suit. I just hate necromancers.
That seems to be the running theme. And with that,
Yeah,
it
this
clinks
lock
open.
is child's play. Whoever made this must have thought they were real clever and that you would have to go find the key. But no, this is amateur shit. You unlock it, ka-ching, it falls to the ground
Amateur hour.
with a thud.
I take the lock. It's mine now.
All right. You
Nice.
may add amateur lock to your inventory.
Sure. Lock.
And you can see when you guys go in here, now this thing will be revealed. You can see this right here is a 40-foot drop.
Oh God. Let's give Enoch some time to do
Yes,
his thing.
meanwhile, I was
Yeah.
just, yeah, good.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile, Enoch, where are you going?
I'm gonna take a look over here in this specific area.
In there, okay. You can see, once again, the same thing that the other saw. This rat whose ribs have been opened up from the inside. And also passing this path, you can see inside there's a bunch of bones and a chest. Let me just move so the chat can see. There we go. In there, you see a load of bones, a drain in the center, and a chest at the very, very back.
I ain't gonna bother with that. I want to see what's up over here.
Okay, when you look up over there, let me just give me a moment.
You might as well have just put a sign here that says "Not a trap."
totally not a trap.
Totally not a trap. So as you approach over there, let me just let me reveal this. You can see a long hallway leading to the same end that your party members can see as well. However, you also see a different drop about 20 feet down in a pit, and in that pit, you see a bunch of skeletons and another dead rat. Do you
I
approach?
get as close as I can. I do approach. However,
Do a flip.
I'm gonna use Radiant Soul. How high up is the ceiling?
The ceiling is about, I'd say, maybe 10 feet up. It's pretty low.
They can't get to me. So
they
since
can
they
always
can't
climb.
see it,
Ooh.
they're not going to be able to climb up to me because I'm flying down the center of this. So, to me and me only, I burst with copper golden light, and 2 mechanical-like wings sprout from my back, and I just float over the pit,
Ooh.
and I make it to the other side as safe as possible.
What?
Oh!
Nice.
That's great.
And
Well, that's
before
Fuck, I was muted.
before
Holy
I
God, what
even
did you do?
He flew!
before I even around the corner, letting that light shed, I bring it back in, look normal again, and I am going to try and approach this chest.
All right. Yes, you may. And you guys see Enoch approach his chest from the other side.
Did you have fun over there?
Howdy.
Okay, how in on earth did you? You
Well,
were,
we don't know what's over there because we haven't gone
you
over
went,
there.
no. She's like she saw him go down south in a direction. So she's
Oh.
like, how? You went towards the. How did you? Oh, God.
Instead of wondering how, why don't you start working on that lock while I work on this?
I am already doing that.
Before you do,
And-
in the meantime, while you're working on the lock, and Enoch, while you're looking at this chest, you hear some clattering happening to the south as the skeletons, seeing you fly over them, start to pile up onto each other and
Fine.
climb.
This is fine.
I'm gonna need
This is
you guys
hilarious.
to roll initiative.
Oh no!
Okay.
Now
I have
to roll
opened the
under
chest
pressure.
first.
I'm gonna say yes and make a dex save.
Oh
What?
shit.
Oh no!
My initiative is 5.
We didn't
Uh-oh.
learn from our last adventure, guys.
Renee and I only go together.
12.
You gotta,
We really
you gotta
only
select
go
your-
together.
You
It's the
gotta
only
select your
way.
token
Token.
before you do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Remember to click your token.
Yeah.
I'll give you
Renee.
your new initiative.
Oh shit, I forgot to. Yeah, I forgot. My
No
bad. Thank
Oh
you.
my dear
I'll
God! What
we'll
did
go with my OG initiative
Don't
though. because
worry.
I like that.
The skeletons will probably roll low too.
I actually got 5, so I'm gonna fix that.
Well, rolling
Yeah.
low is I rolled a 3.
Because
So
I will take my first one and not be a bitch bat.
Okay, there we go.
You guys remember Train to Busan with all of the zombies that kind of like
Yes!
climb
Oh
over
my
each
god,
other?
that movie's so good.
Yeah, it's a really good movie.
Oh.
I'm getting some weird Train to Busan vibes.
I guess
Yeah,
that's a movie I'm
yeah,
gonna have to
they're
watch
using
understand
themselves
this
to
reference
climb.
then.
All right, so Enoch, opening that chest, I'm gonna need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Oh, you already did with 12. Okay.
Yeah.
You
Oh boy.
open it up, and a row of teeth appear and snap at your hand.
This is why we throw daggers at chests.
This
And
is why we don't play nice as kids.
it takes a chunk out of your hand, and you take
Oh.
3 piercing damage.
If you get bit by a mimic, you turn into a mimic.
Oh no!
You little motherfucker.
Wait, what?
Oh, no.
Please tell me you're just
I'm
joking.
gonna.
I am lying.
I am going to
That'd be
fill this
awful. Can
thing
you
with
imagine?
fucking lead.
Okay, Enoch, your turn is up first.
So, let's see. Trying to keep my distance. I will have that thing make it an opportunity attack.
Okay.
However,
it's
I
going-
am going to just try and back up a bit.
It bites you in the ass as you turn and run. It kind of makes a cut.
Like I don't ever face away from it. I'm just.
Oh, so you're letting it bite your forwards,
Yep.
not your backside.
Well,
Ah.
it tears into your trousers a bit, and you take
Just a tip.
4 piercing damage.
Okay.
else do you
And
do?
I
God.
see.
I keep periodically
Yep.
checking my recording to make sure
I'm
that
just-
I'm still doing it.
Oh, I haven't checked mine this entire time. Yep, it's still going.
Okay.
Mine. Yeah, good. Okay, mine is as well.
I'm going.
I have mine and my
just-
backup, so I should be able to sync everything up as
Yeah,
necessary.
we good.
So.
We Gucci.
We good.
So you're gonna shoot at the mimic chest?
Yep.
Unfortunately, an 8 is not
Right.
enough. It fires wide, pings against the wall, and a little bit of sparks come out.
All right.
Oh my
Well-
god.
Anything
there's
else?
See that being a second shot.
There's a
I'm
silver
gonna
lining.
Say
I don't mean to
action
laugh.
surge.
Oh,
Action surge, all right.
action
Yep.
surge.
Mm-hmm.
Action
surge!
Action
Let's
surge.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Action surge. I'm gonna fire again. Oh god.
Your gun-
So as
Oh my god, no!
as it fires, you guys hear a, and I go, oh no.
Yep, your gun misfires, and
Oh, you're
let
in
me look
such
at
a
the
bad
I'm gonna
rules of that.
position.
I am going to expend my feature, and I am going to use my reaction to try and fix it.
Oh my
Okey-dokey.
God.
Your gun jams, and you're like, oh god, and you bash it with the side of your hand really fast to make sure the mechanism's right, and it's fine.
Yep. Well, no, I have to roll to fix it.
Oh,
It
you
has
have
to be
roll.
higher
Okay,
than
yes,
it.
yes, yes. Roll.
Yeah.
My
It
bad.
has to be roll.
Sorry, I
higher
am
than
not
its misfire.
familiar with firearms in this game.
So
Remember
I
when-
need to use the Tinker's
Remember, be
tool,
nice
so
to the
it
dice.
would be. So it's basically Tinker's tool, sleight of hand plus proficiency.
Okay, go ahead.
So. Okay.
Uh,
And that will be +2 for proficiency, which is a 10, which it fixes.
all right,
Fuck Renee's
nice.
magic. Enoch's face is our new trap finder.
Yeah. So I see
Honestly, I'm
that
down.
I see that the cylinder is slightly misaligned, and I just jimmy it back to place with a few tools, and it's right to fire again. That being my reaction, I'm gonna bonus action second wind.
Okie dokie. Using everything.
How are you?
Everything.
So
My God.
Oh my god!
Come on, man.
why am I rolling?
It was because it's because you were mean to the dice earlier.
Yep. You
Yeah,
did
I
praise,
see
you did
That's why
praise
I
the
don't
dice
use
gods.
online rollers.
No, this is why
Never
be nice
in
to the dice.
D6
Don't.
have I ever used online
Yep,
rollers.
that's why, no, that's exactly why. That's why you're dissing the online rollers, and so the
You're
online
using
rollers
the
are
online
buttoned back.
You
Sacrifice
need
a
to
Yes.
accept
D20.
it. Accept RNGs this into your life.
Exactly. Sacrifice a D20 before every game and be nice to the
I'm
fucking
gonna
Anyways.
start just rolling my d20s.
Anyway, you heal for 4. You know.
I've never had this experience until I start using roll 20.
Are you moving any further?
Uh,
You want to get killed by a chest or by some skelly boys?
I'm just gonna.
Death by box or bone. It's your pick.
I'm so sorry. Oh my
Let's
god!
see,
this is
since
crazy.
I'm still within a minute, so I'm just gonna let the wings bamf out and just start flying over, and I'm all like grabbing onto the bars. Give me out! Give me out! Give me out! Give me out! Give me out!
Next, it's the mimic's turn.
Please tell me
Does
that's
the
a
mimic-
drop.
I wonder if the mimic
It's a
has
drop.
wings.
It's a 40-foot drop, but I'm not going down.
I wonder if the mimic has wings.
The mimic is going to run.
Please tell me the mimic does not have wings.
Now, the mimic is not moving carefully, so it runs, and it's fine. It runs, and it slips.
Oh no!
It falls down. Please tell me it falls down the hole.
It goes and falls down the hole, but tries to nip at you on the way down,
Okay.
and it just catches your leg, and you take another 2 damage. And it
Oh, no.
falls. And you can see when it falls, it's when you assume that it's going to hit the ground, it passes through the ground. And you hear it echoing further and further and further and further and further.
Oh, it's a
Oh,
lot
I'm really
deeper.
glad none of us know
alright,
about that.
alright.
Oh no!
You don't even hear when it hits the ground.
I got like 30 seconds. Come on.
I look up at Enoch, and I look down at the lock. I steal my resolve, and I make peace with the fact that the only way that I am going to get this done without the pressure rising in my stomach is if I just don't care if Enoch lives or dies. So I don't care if Enoch lives or dies as I start to pick this lock. I don't take my gloves off, but I just start going to work at it, completely calm. There isn't a person that's about to die in front of me, and even if there was, I did not care.
All right, show me that.
I
lockpicking.
can't decide whether you
Can I make an insight on
This
that?
is a nat 20 on your fucking thieves tool. What the fuck?
You pick the lock.
Yes!
You pick the lock as casually as if you were locked outside of your house and it's in the middle of the day and you're not in any rush. You boop, ka-chunk. Very similar
I take the lock.
mechanism. You find another amateur lock, and the grates
My lock.
are now open.
I take a step back.
All right. Renee, is there anything you would like to do on your turn?
Looks over at Enoch's wings. I feel like that's something that's going to be discussed later. Yes?
No, we will not be discussing them at all. And I kick open the door.
She just has a very like
Wait. Initiative is still going.
she's very
Oh,
disappointed
okay.
pout, but she will look down here and probably give a nod to Nathaniel and starts getting down, taking a little bit of a look, taking a little look-see. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
Going down, you can hear whispers, which we will look at some other. We will listen to after this is over.
Ooh, fun. I'm good.
Next
Yeah,
are the
so,
skeletons'
going in.
turn, and they start
Skelly boys.
to climb above each other like a pile,
Oh, God.
like in World War Z or whatever.
Oh,
Just
Jesus.
like piling on
No,
top of each
no,
other,
no.
climbing, and 6 of them make their way up and are able to move about this much inwards,
Oh, I hate that.
heading towards Enoch, bearing swords, clacking.
Oh, I hate.
No, it's you know that like horror movie sound that's just happening. That's just ringing in his head.
All right, Luna, your turn.
I see this happening, and I'm staring at your wings, and I just kind of I saunter over, grab your collar, and I'd like to pull you over the threshold.
Opens the door, just climbs down.
Yep.
Woo!
If you want this to happen, Enoch, then Luna, you can place him where you wish.
She's just gonna put him right here, because she doesn't know about the threat that's over there. She can't see there. But she is gonna say to you, Enoch, and she's a very serious look on her face, I would really like to have a discussion with you.
Nope.
Not about what you think it is. I'd like to have a discussion with you. You're going to have a discussion with me whether you like it or not. And I start
dissipate the wings.
That's not what I'm talking about. That I don't care. And I'm going to, I'll use like the last 10 feet of my movement to start making my way towards this. I don't know what's going on over here, so I'm just gonna act like nothing's there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
so
It's not like my eyes have not gone off on that direction.
I don't know what's there. I have a 10 in perception, dude.
Enoch, you know what's coming. What do you do on your turn?
Oh yeah, I definitely know what's coming. I haven't been able to spend the day to building it, so I can't do anything.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I can't make it.
Perhaps it is
Come on,
best
Enoch.
if we continue onwards.
Well, no, I would have to actually make the item, but I can't. So
What do you do on your turn?
I am gonna. I'm trying to think of something that might be extremely useful.
I mean, might I recommend something?
I'm just gonna hold my action, and I'm gonna. The first sign that something tries to cross that threshold, like try to jump across, I'm shooting it down.
Okay.
I mean, Yara, I was gonna say, do you mind if I suggest something? But then,
I've got a plan.
okay.
Okay, you're gonna hold your action, or you're gonna stay there?
I'm gonna stay here, hold my action. If anything tries to jump across, it's getting shot.
If anything just tries to jump across?
Yeah.
Okay. Nathaniel, your turn.
What in the world are you looking at? And I'm gonna walk right here.
Yep, and you can see very, very,
Problem.
like, subtly a kind of shadows of things approaching. Lots of shadows.
What are
And
they?
clacking. Very familiar clacking.
Skeletons. How many? I look at Enoch. How many?
A lot, like functionally a small battalion. A lot.
I look down at your like around your waist, all of your equipment. You have a torch.
Oh yeah, of course I do. Pull out
Would
a
you
torch.
mind? Would you mind? And I'm gonna like reach over and like take the torch from your person, if that's all right.
I nearly pull it away from him.
Well, I'm asking if that's like I'm not doing it like
Yeah.
grabbingly. I'm like
No, like before I hand it off to you, I pull it away for a second.
I pause because I'm waiting for the reason why.
You know what?
I have absolutely no idea why.
I extend a hand.
Oh my god, Enoch, really?
Well, that's unfortunate. I'm going to instead turn, close the gate, and pull out one of my locks,
All right.
and then leave.
You lock the gate.
You know, fun.
Okay, and with that, I'm
gate
gonna say,
wasn't locked up to
tossed
be
the
throwing
torch
you
down.
down the pit.
I'm gonna say with that, initiative will be over because by the time it would come back to the skeletons, they would see that it's locked and they just sit there clattering, shaking, just like staring across the pit at Enoch.
Angie Skellies.
Angie
Brain
skellies.
time.
Skellies. All right. Enoch, Come on. God's sake.
All right. And so, Renee, you are the first one to head down the stairs.
Yep.
And let me reveal.
Because I was assuming that everyone was going to be just chilling and coming behind me.
You arrive over here. You may place your token right here.
Oh, delightful. Wait, where am I? Let me zoom out so I can see.
Oh, Lord.
Where?
Yep.
Okay, that's a thing.
Ah, I see. Ah,
Wait,
I'm
what?
in danger.
Wait, what?
Ah,
No, I wanna know.
see.
You should be able
I
to. If you,
know.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
Oh.
So,
Go
Renee,
Oh no.
Oh, no. Oh,
You-
he's there now.
you
This is
see
very cool.
a ritual happening, and no one takes notice of you because you're a little bit
Good.
further up. You see in this room several humanoid. Let me get the mood music going. Hold on.
Oh God, I hate this.
Oh, no.
Everything
ready.
about this fills me with dread.
Familiar faces.
That's not the right music.
I'm
places.
so excited. I'm so excited.
You put me at such a disadvantage being in here.
That's
No,
not
no,
the right
no,
one.
no.
Come on. Where's
Me
the
being
right-
a ranged, me being somebody that's ranged, just going through this entire thing. My God,
There
thought I was
have
gonna
been
shit
several places
myself.
where you could have just stood in the corner and shot something, and you chose not to.
Why
I
is this
can't
not-
move without being hit.
Is this not? There we go. Now that's the right one.
Does Renee let us know beforehand?
Well, give me a
Well,
second.
Renee gave.
Give me a
Yeah,
second. All right,
we're setting
getting
things up.
ready.
Yeah, things are getting set up.
Yeah,
I
things
will
are
let
ready.
you know that like during the whole thing that like Renee just sort of like gave a nod to Nathaniel and Luna of like I'm just gonna like I'm just gonna see what's down there. Like
So, in this room, you see
Sounds familiar.
several humanoids dressed in uniform robes and wearing masks fashioned out of bones. You recognize the marks on their chests and backs. It's the same ones that the two men above were wearing. These are members of the Spine of Death. In the center of the room lies a dead ogre. The color of its skin is almost completely drained, and not a hint of fat on him, just totally gone. You can easily count his ribs from afar. And a few feet beside him, you can see a young elvish girl in a small, cramped cage. She's huddled
No.
and barely any room to move or adjust for comfort. Her skin and clothes are covered in dirt and filth of the sewers. She's crying, and there's a long cut down her right calf, and blood is pooling beneath her. And the blood is slowly approaching the ogre's body as if it had a mind of its own. You can hear the necromancers are chanting something low. And you can see a man fitting the description that the human and the tiefling told you above, wearing a skull, a strange skull decorated with rubies.
Okay, what was his name?
Thorn, I
Could I-
believe. No, it wasn't.
not
no,
Thorn, not
Thorn is the other-
Thorn.
No, no,
That
no.
was
Could I get a
Bloodstride. Bloodstride.
Bloodstride?
Bloodstride.
Sorry. I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
type that into the chat if that's all right.
Yep,
Yep,
yep.
thank you.
I will be your resident note taker.
I love you. Thank you.
I love you too.
Renee.
You're very welcome.
So yes, Renee, how do you act?
Oh, for the love of Pete.
I'm gonna give you a thing that you can
First
do
things
before
first,
everybody
I'm gonna
arrives.
fucking hide.
Yep, you may roll me a stealth check.
I'm gonna try to
They
anyway.
haven't noticed you immediately yet, but you may
Okay,
still...
so can I like? Yeah, I wanna hide.
Let's
I
say
wanna
with
hide.
advantage, because they're not looking for you.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll my first one, and I can't see either of these. So, oh, f- me sideways.
Okay.
That's it's just how the dice rolls, but that's okay. I will take it.
Where do you move? What do you do?
God, fucking. There's too many of them down here for one little Barty to take. Ah!
Don't worry, the strunk is coming. Don't worry. She coming.
I'm looking at what I can do. Ooh. And so the necromancer dude is oh dang it, the range is 5 feet. son of a... Oh, wait. What kind of stuff is he wearing?
He seems to be wearing similar robes, although a different color from everybody else. Everybody is wearing green. He is wearing violet, and his robes are covered and littered with various different pieces that look like plated armor, but they're made of bones.
Damn it! Why do they have to be bones?
You just really want to heat metal somewhere.
Yeah, you want to heat that metal.
In a former life, I remember a very particular ranger that used bones for their arrows.
Hey! This is a totally different scenario. That character was cool. Anyway.
I miss those characters. Right,
I
okay.
miss
So,
the baby. Okay, but
where are we?
I'm just gonna go ahead and do my best to hide. Like, it's probably not going to work, but I don't know that yet. So
Alright.
hide.
Okay.
It's not gonna work, but hide.
So you go and hide behind that pipe. The rest of the party arrives soon after you. You may put your tokens into the room, and you all see the same.
Oh,
I'd like
hate
to say
this.
I'm going to dismiss my shadow.
Here, and then I'll step up.
I'm dismissing him for the purpose of resummoning him when I'm a bit closer. He impedes my movement.
Oh.
Yeah, you can't be without outside of 30 feet from this thing, and it can't take the dash action, so...
Or is it that it can't be outside of 30 feet?
It cannot be 30 feet, more than 30 feet away from me, or I lose it, and it can't dash like I want to dash, so...
Okay. I see.
Okay.
So...
That's fair.
Oh, okay.
Given everyone's attitude, I am going to take off my hat, put it under my jacket, and pull the hood over, and I'm going to try and stealth.
Okay. Everybody who wishes to stealth may.
Maybe.
I was about to say maybe I don't want to stealth, but
Yeah.
I don't want to stealth at all.
No, fuck
Actually.
stealthing.
Stealth is
Fuck
cursed.
stealthing. I want to just go up to this fucker.
Stealth
moment-
first.
So I'm. Yeah, go on.
Right. Sorry. Am I allowed to just describe how I come down or what I do? Because
Go ahead.
you seem to have an idea, and I'd rather you do your
Well, I
thing
was gonna
first.
say you are allowed, since you guys are not stealthing, you are allowed to do one thing before encounter starts.
Okay.
Nice.
So
Oh, okay.
I, upon seeing this big room, am going to smile at the man and at the ritual. I'm going to pull out the Book of Necromancy. And I'm going to open it to no particular page. Just open it so that it looks official. And I am going to say out loud, Bloodstride, your work here is very impressive.
He takes notice of you, but doesn't turn his head. That he seems to maintain his pose while everybody else is chanting. Yes, yes, are you the new recruits?
Not as such. And I'll take just one more step forward.
I didn't think so. You weren't wearing
I am-
your official robes.
I am what you may call a liaison from Kara Miharian. I am here to investigate and oversee the work that you are doing here. Ensure that it is going smoothly, because right now things are bubbling over and too many people are taking too much notice. I hear that Belkinus is already sending people your way, and I wanted to ensure that there was no problem. As it seems, most of your workers are working. You have the child. You have this sacrifice. I, however, am a bit confused. I was under the impression that something more impressive than a simple resurrection would be taking place. Not to say that your resurrection wasn't, only that I wanted to see more. As of now, I believe I should take control of this sect, of this cell. I think that with my overseeing, much more could get done in a much more simple matter.
This
I'm going
seems
to
like something that would require a deception check, don't you think?
Oh,
under
my-
normal
God.
circumstances, I will still roll deception if you would like, but that is not my goal here. I'm going to slam my I'm going to close my book, like to pronounce the end of that, and I would like to use one of my abilities.
Go ahead, show me that ability first. Because if you were planning on using that ability,
enthralling
I cast enthralling
Performance.
performance. I would like to
Yes.
target these 4 workers, these 4 like cult members. And I would like all of them to make a wisdom save or be charmed by me. They will become infatuated with me, and they will impede anybody that tries to stop me. They will hinder anyone who opposes me. But they will not like automatically fight unless they were already inclined to, which is where the deception would come in.
Right. So you will still need to roll deception to deceive Bloodstride.
That's fine.
However, let me roll for them.
Oh my god, almost natural 20. Almost.
Wait, what's
Aaron is happy, but Enoch is about to burst the fucking vessel.
Oh my god, go Banana Man!
onward?
Go Banana Man! I have an idea of what he's doing. I've seen him do this a lot before.
Yeah.
I am not gonna hide anymore. Just walk up.
Yeah, I wanted to ask if the one thing I did could be to start dashing, but you know.
Yeah, we'll see.
I apologize
Hold
for
on.
taking up all of your
No,
turns. I'm so
This
sorry.
is Nathaniel's one thing that he's doing, so we'll see how this
One
goes.
thing. Go! Oh my god, Banana Man!
Don't get me wrong, I fucking love this. I love this. He's very clever.
Okay, so you succeed on this orc, this tiefling, and this halfling. The Dragonborn,
Holy
which
crap,
is
3 out of 4!
a bronze Dragonborn, by the way. These
Right.
tokens, they're generic race tokens, just to show what they are.
I see.
This is a bronze Dragonborn. She is unaffected. This is an elf. This is a half elf, so you can see. I know you're not targeting them, but I'm informing what the tokens mean.
Understood.
This black and yellow, that is a half elf, so you know, half human, half elf.
Ah, I see. And then... one?
You say this, and Bloodstride turns to you, and his smile goes away. Kara sent you. And she knows what we're doing.
You're not as secretive as you would like to be. And as I say that, like, this entire time I've had a non-expressive face, but as I say that, I'm going to look annoyed, as if this has inconvenienced me somehow.
All right. With that, what is everybody else doing? Your one thing that you're doing?
I just wanted to use my movement and dash to start running at Bloodstride.
Yeah.
Yeah. But because I thought that like we were entering combat, but now I'm rethinking this because it looks like he's believing this. So I'm gonna come up behind Nathaniel like I'm his muscle, like I'm his hired muscle, and just cross my arms and lean back a little bit.
You can see confusion cross Bloodstride's face. I am still unsure of why you are not in your proper uniforms.
That's too easy to be seen.
Yeah, something about dressing up for the part makes it very easy to recognize you.
Very well. But this is my task, and I will speak with Kara myself about the matter of assigning it to you.
As Nathaniel moves, will I be able to move up behind him? Just like I'm
yes.
keeping up the act.
I'm gonna go wide.
I'm gonna look down into the pit. Minions, move yourself from this place. I am going to speak with your leader now.
Yes, of course. The charmed minions step away, and you see more surprise on Bloodstride's face. What? You know of this? I've not heard of this man.
Maybe you're not as high up the ladder as you might think you are.
They all just like step aside. What? And you can see that the conjuring stops, and the rest of the necromancers are confused as well.
Does the pool of blood stop moving?
No, it has continued to move, and it is now rising up and like slowly kind of bordering around the outline of the ogre, the outline of the ogre's body, kind of like those crime scene drawings.
Renee will kind of like step out and to give like a bow to Nathaniel, like really playing the shit up, and just say, "Would you like me to see what they have decided to collect for this?" Because, to be perfectly honest, she kind of like looks at the girl with a bit of disdain.
He doesn't look like she'll
as if
be
it's like
enough.
not. She's just not. She's like, it's rather small.
You can see the girl shaking as she looks at you when you make that comment. And tears are running down her cheeks.
Handle the child, I'll say to Renee, and I'll look back at Luna. The man has been instrumental. The man has done good work, as misguided as it would seem. Give him his reward.
Sure. I will start striding my happy little way down. Tell me to stop whenever.
You may keep going. You can see that his head turns to you like an owl and does not stop until you reach that third pipe, and he holds up a hand. Now you stop right there. And he smiles. Kara didn't send you. And he has figured it out. And
Fuck.
everyone roll for initiative.
All right. Thank you for putting me in a good position.
Oh, that's a good spot. Good spot. Oh, that was so good.
I can roll good in everything but initiative.
Yay!
My initiative was so bad.
He finally put it together.
He did finally put it together.
Oh god.
Okay, that.
That was really good, though. That got us
dude.
so much farther.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Damn.
Let's see here. We're gonna roll. We're gonna play some battle music.
Those guys, by the way,
What?
those guys are just done.
Keep going?
These guys are out of here.
Yeah,
Wait, are we gonna keep going?
Right? Yeah. Oh my god, yes.
We're gonna keep going?
Yeah, we're gonna keep going.
Yes.
Oh my god.
We're almost. I'm sorry. I said 1 more hour, but it seems to be going a little bit longer.
Let me
We'll
down
just
this
finish this.
necromancer, please.
Let's do this.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
So yes, let me turn the volume down on that.
Do it. Do it.
Oh my god. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Enoch, you are up first. What do you do?
All right. Shot at this guy.
That guy?
Yep,
All right.
because they're all standing in the way, and I can't make this. I can't do it from with them standing in the way.
Oh, you could still shoot at him. It would just be a higher armor class. All right. You fire your pistol, and as that would hit, immediately this half-elf casts shield. Ping!
Ah.
Yes.
Casting things. Well, we're gonna have to fix that.
Yeah, we are.
Anything else you would like to do?
Wanna know what? I ain't got much else to worry about. I am going to. I'm gonna do nothing else. That's all I got for right now.
All right. Next is the Spine of Death's turn. This person's shield will dissipate, and Bloodstride will simply walk up to the lead orc conjurer and pat him on the shoulder. give him a little smile. I was hoping we could proceed with the ritual without any annoyances today. Oh well, you lot take care of them, and return to the ritual when you're finished. I've got business to attend to in the meantime. And the orc doing the primary conjuring flinches a little bit at the comment.
But Master Bloodstride.
Blessing of the fallen be upon my pupils. Remember, the Black Vein Queen is watching. And a portal appears behind him. He steps in.
No, God damn it!
And he vanishes.
God damn it, I was going for him. All right, I guess his buddy will have to do.
The orc grunts and cries out, "Get them!" And these two will simply start to run outwards to try and get you. Let's see. It's 25. Yeah, they can get about there. Wow, the orc continues to conjure. And this Dragonborn is going to get over here, and it's going to use its lightning breath
Oh.
in a beam.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no. No!
Oh! Oh no.
So you two both need to make deck saves. I'm sure you're good
Okay.
at those.
Yeah, don't say that.
I'm not jinxing it.
Yeah.
Well, that's
You
what you just did.
jinxed. You jinxed.
You just
You
did.
jinxed him.
Alright.
You jinxed him.
And you two take. Oof. 8 lightning damage as a beam zaps through
I'm
you.
squishy, but I'm so squishy.
As this Dragonborn zaps a bunch of lightning out of its mouth. And these
How
guys
many
aren't doing
points?
anything because they are charmed.
Uh-huh.
You said 8.
Yes, 8.
Yeah,
both
okay,
of you,
cool.
both of you take 8. Nathaniel, your turn.
I am going. So, initially, I was going to like charm these guys and solve this whole thing peacefully. I'm going to yell out, incapacitate these people without harming them if you can, please. Oh, actually, if those guys were had their turn, my request was for them to like abscond or leave. If they could like try to make their way out of here, that'd be fine. But
Oh yeah, yeah,
it's
okay,
whatever.
yeah. They're probably gonna spend the max movement like going out the way they came.
Okay.
So,
I just
yeah.
want them to not see what happens next.
Yeah. So there, probably like there.
Right. This person right here. So, like I said, initially I was going to do something, probably like sleep the conjurer. But this one, as I see the flash of lightning, and it arcs through Enoch, and more importantly, Renee, I turn on my heel and flick my wrist at the Dragonborn, and I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers. Be gone.
Ooh.
Actually, no, not Dissonant Whispers.
What?
Instead of Dissonant Whispers, I'm going to reach out, and I'm going to pull this Dragonborn's memories, its thoughts, all of its insecurities to the forefront of its mind. I'm going to overload it with its own anxieties as I cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
Oh my god.
But I don't want him to laugh. I just want him to scream.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
I love it.
Why have I never thought about this with Tasha's?
Nathaniel's so good. Fuck.
See?
Like, I'm loving everybody. This has just been a real, like, yeah.
I've been so excited to see this party together.
Yeah, me too. Holy crap.
You pull out all its insecurities, its fears, all these memories, bad memories, and it flinches for a moment, but shakes its head violently. It makes the save.
Wonderful.
Oh no.
Well, I look irritated because it chose to succeed against me. And instead I'm going to, like, point my thumb and forefinger at Renee. I trust you. And I give Bardic Inspiration to Renee.
Nice.
Inspiration's back, baby!
Then I'm gonna move right here. What's up?
Hide,
Oh, I was
behind the
just
pole.
gonna make a joke. Like, how dare you not just fail?
God.
You succeeded. Well, that's not what I wanted at all.
Well, that's not what I want.
That's not right.
Next,
That's not all right.
That
Luna.
can't be right.
Oh, well, I know you want some people alive, but that doesn't mean all of them, right? So I'm just gonna go over here. That's 30 feet. I have a couple things I'm gonna do. This is gonna be a process, so bear with me.
Mhm.
The first thing I'm going to do is I'm gonna burst into a pillar of light as I activate my radiant consumption.
Oh,
Hey!
So-
There are two!
Plot twist.
Put that in.
Let's there
Put
be
that in the
two!
chat. So, both of these fuckers are gonna take radiant damage from me because they are within 10 feet of me.
All right, how much?
3, I believe. I
3,
take
okay.
2. So I'm gonna go ahead and take off the 2 I do as this overwhelming glowing light just erupts in a pillar. And it looks like it's going to burn her skin. It is so intense. It's pouring out of her eyes and mouth. Her hair is shining. That took my action though, but it's a really cool thing. I'm a fighter.
Yeah.
That was
but before-
fucking awesome.
So first we're going to bonus action bring back Shadow Boy. Hello.
Nice.
Nice.
And they're back.
And we're gonna do a couple things. I'm going to action surge to get my action back.
Okay.
I believe I can do that.
It's only just dawned on me that we have 2
Oh, wait, no,
ASMR
that's
fighters.
a bonus
We have
action.
two
to use.
ASMR
Never mind.
fighters and 2 bards.
Wait. No, it's not. No, it's not. Action surge is a bonus action. It gives you back your bonus action. My
It
bad.
does, yes.
Yes, so action surge to give me my action back, and we're going to unleash incarnation once more, and I'm going to take an attack against each of these people.
Nice.
One from me, one from the Echo. This time I'm going to attack this guy with Retribution, and the Echo is going with Absolution, and I'm adding the Radiant damage on top of it. They take 3 additional Radiant damage for every melee attack I make.
Go ahead.
Nice.
Oh, sorry. That
All
should
right.
only be 1. That's 21 to hit for this dude.
Mhm.
And Absolution, let's go. That's an 8.
Aw.
Not enough. Okay, the first one. You
Man.
move in sync. Show me retribution.
Retribution. That is 9 plus
And-
3 radiant
Aw,
damage.
Nice.
Oh!
You take a big
Dirty.
swipe at this elf, and the light singes into their robes and their chest. Ugh. They grasp into their chest where you just slice them. They're on the ropes. This half elf, though, is just fine, dodges out of the way of your echo.
And that is my turn for now, but I've already taken it off, but everything within 10 feet of me, I believe, takes this damage, additional damage. I'm just going to make sure for radiant consumption, because it's worded kind of weird.
Okay. They take the damage on activation and at the end of your turn?
In addition, once on each of your turns. Yes, it's both. It's both. I remember because we had this discussion when we were fighting Rakmorn.
Oh, yeah!
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
Because it's just being within me, because the light's so intense.
Right.
You
So
take-
it's the initial burst of light and then the further. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. This elf is clutching and breathing heavily.
Yeah, that's my turn.
so
And
cool.
Renee, you are inspired.
Thank you.
By your
Oh,
boss.
I thought you were
I
gonna
am
fight
fired.
I thought you were gonna fight 3 of those goblins all on your own, but then I realized you got your own back. Like just having you stood next to both of them, like, oh, it's 2-on-1. No, it's 2-on-2.
It's 2-on-2, baby. Badass.
Love it.
Anyway, Renee actually is going to pull out her dagger, and she is going to take a swipe at
At the Dragonborn?
the Dragonborn. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
You do
And
have
there's a
an
reason for
inspiration.
this. I do have inspiration, so thank you for that.
Welcome.
Would you like to
How
use
much dice is it?
I think a
I'm
D6.
using it.
D6
It's a D6.
starts
Okay,
as a D6.
I don't think it'll help me, but 12.
It's hot. It's hot like a
Unfortunately,
D6.
a 12 is not high enough.
Damn it.
It is able to
Lame.
parry your blow.
Ah. Bonus action, bardic inspiration to Enoch. Just be like, well, time to see see how you do in a group. Just
All right.
see how you play nice.
Enoch, your turn.
I
All right. After Renee, as you turn to inspire me, you see the gears on the eyes turning.
Ah. Okay.
I am going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right about there. And I'm going to take a shot at this dude.
Okie dokie. Show me the shot. Nice, that's enough.
Be
You
15?
Holy
fire,
shit.
it pierces through.
Yeah.
Ha! And the elf falls over dead.
Nice.
Because I killed it, I get a grit point back.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
So I now have one of my grits back. And having done that, going to nothing else that I can really make outside of this. So I'm going to see, I'm down 2 shots, 2 left. Okay. Nope, that's it. That's all I can do.
Okie dokie. Next is the Spine of
Darn
Death's turn. The orc is nearly completing his ritual. Lifts
Oh,
both his hands in the air. Rise! Rise! And the ogre's body starts to twitch and move.
Oh no!
Oh.
You might want to get rid of the guy casting the spell.
I'm on it.
Oh God!
I
can
will
only
handle
move
this.
so far.
This half elf, noticing that he is now outnumbered, is going to disengage and move close to the orc.
No!
That's a smart
Oh
idea.
yes, please
That is a
move
smart
closer
idea.
to
That's
where
a
I'm
smart
going
idea.
to
I
stab.
think that's a good idea. Yeah, good idea.
And this dragonborn is going to take a swipe at you, Renee, with
Uh-huh.
his sword.
Oh God!
Or their sword, I guess. I can't decide on their gender. Ah! Oh yeah, that beats you pretty easy. You take
Listen, just hit me.
you take 5 slashing damage as a
Did
sword.
he just hit you again?
I am. Oh, yeah, he just hit me again. Oh,
You take
dirty.
5 slashing damage as this
Oh.
sword.
Oh.
You try to hold off the blows, but it's fatiguing you. Each swipe is heavier than the last.
Oh, I'm not looking good.
What is this drop? What would this drop be?
That drop is 20 feet down. You can see the little measurements up here that I put.
Understood.
Enoch's
Oop, yep,
Uh,
that's me.
name is
So
covering.
sorry.
No worries. No. You can move
Okay,
back.
all good.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
Next, Nathaniel, your turn.
There are a couple things that I need to do.
Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. It's fine.
Renee. The child.
I know.
I'm going to, thinking fast. I'm gonna look at this guy over here. Let me make sure I've got my range right.
Mhm.
Just to be sure. Yep, exactly right. I'm gonna look over at the goblin orc.
Orc. It is an orc, yes.
Hi, you.
He's trying to concentrate as best he can, but he does hear you. You can see his ear flicker a little bit.
I hiss into the air for a moment. Your battle is lost. Join us. Kill the Dragonborn to prove your allegiance to me. And I cast suggestion on him.
Oh
Ooh.
shit.
Oh.
Man. Wisdom saving throw. Okay. So it acts on its turn, right?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
And I would really prefer it if he failed. Make it like a Christmas present.
Please, just like.
Well, I guess Christmas came early because he failed.
Eat shit!
Yes, eat shit, motherfucker.
And he is now following your suggestion to the best of his ability.
Yay!
Renee, did you use your bardic?
Yeah, I used my bardic.
I'm gonna throw my last one at you because it looks like you need it.
I love you.
All right, that's my turn.
The bars have been inspiring each other.
Luna, your turn.
Okay, well, I'm not gonna step on Gainsby's toes here. I'm gonna let him continue to control this boy. But there's another problematic one here. So
That's my
first, let's see. Echo, yeah, the echo can be there and it won't dissipate. The echo's going to move to about here. And then I'm going to move right here.
Oh, dirty. Dirty.
I can't unleash my incarnation anymore, but I can bap the shit out of this thing.
All right. Show me the baps.
I will.
Oh my god.
JoJo meme.
Oh,
Just like fucking drinking tea and then turns around and starts stomping this dude out.
Oh
I-
man.
I should actually mention this. No, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna do this from the echo side, and I'm going to have take stood that far away because I don't want the damage from my rating to knock him out of his suggestion.
Right.
So Shadow Man's gonna take a bap,
Okay.
a bam, and he fails.
Yeah, he does. He most certainly does.
Oh.
Well, then I'm going to bonus action second win because I think I'm gonna need it.
All right.
So that's a 1d10.
Get your heals.
So. Yeah, let me get my heals. 1d10. Plus, it's plus what? Fighter level? Yeah, plus 3. Can you tell I've never played a fighter? 5.
It's fun, right?
Yeah, no, I'm very much enjoying this.
Oh my god, I'm an idiot.
What?
I will remember to do this next turn. Because there's something that I would have preferred to do instead of giving you Bardic Inspiration, but it's way too late, so I
Don't
will
even
worry about it next turn.
All right, Renee,
You'll
your
be
turn.
fine.
You can mourn.
it's actually
how
fortunate that I
badly
have that.
Nathaniel has played.
I'm gonna trust
Idiot.
Nathaniel in this moment. I'm gonna focus on breaking the kid out of the cage.
Okay. No real roll required. There's a mechanism just like on the outside that can easily open it, but she has not done so out of fear, of course, being surrounded.
Okay.
And you can grab her, and she will share your movement.
Cool.
Idiot.
Then I'm good because that wasn't an action. I'm gonna disengage from this motherfucker.
Okay. Yep.
And start pulling this kid away with me because fuck no. And also, just as a note, I am protecting this child. So.
All right. I will say that any attacks on her will go to you. Is that okay?
It will be after I use another spell slot and my bonus action, healing word on myself.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I will roll that.
Please heal yourself, Renee.
I'm healing
You're going to
myself. I
die.
got 3 points
Plus your mod.
plus my mod, which is
Charisma mod, right?
Yeah,
it's plus 3.
Whatever
So
your
I got
spellcasting mod
6
is.
points back. I got 6 points back.
Nice.
Yay! Which is actually really good.
Yeah,
I'm
hopefully
down.
it'll help you survive.
Yep, hopefully
so
it'll help
sorry.
me live.
I
No,
feel
listen.
terrible because I could have gotten you out of this situation so easily. Next turn.
Listen,
next turn.
don't even worry about it. I am getting out myself. You trusted me enough to get out of the situation myself.
I got you.
Where are you moving?
I am pulling her up the stairs, so
Okay, that's-
come with
yep.
me. 1, 2, 3. I can get here.
Okay.
So
Yes. And I'm going
Yep.
to say any attacks on her, since you're protecting her, any attacks on her will automatically go to you.
that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Enoch,
It should be fine.
your turn.
All right. I'm gonna see the little motherfucker that was causing both me and Renee problems earlier, and I'm gonna use a winging shot. And this will be my attack. So, attack, and also I'm gonna use. What does the Bardic Inspiration give me?
You can add a d6 to any attack roll, saving throw,
Okay.
or skill check.
Okay, so
Soft 20.
that is going to be a 20. I don't think I'll need the Bardic Inspiration for that.
Okay, and who are you
And
targeting?
also,
the half-elf?
No, I am targeting this Dragonborn, and
Dragonborn.
also Dragonborn needs to make a Strength saving throw.
Ooh.
Oh shoot.
Or else what?
Yeah. So this is a winging shot. You can make a firearm attack against a creature. You can expend 1 grit point, which I actually just got back because I rolled a 20.
Hooray!
On a hit, the creature takes damage and must make a strength saving throw of 12 or be knocked prone. And considering that this is a necromancer and very much a wizard, I highly doubt it will make it.
You better knock on some wood for that one.
Yeah, don't jinx yourself. Don't
Yeah,
test
right?
the dice
How
How would you
gods
say
like that.
something
Oh
like
my
that?
God.
Courteous for the dice gods!
DC 12, you said.
Yep.
All right.
DC of 12.
Seems like you did jinx yourself because it makes the save just fine.
What did we say?
What?
Renee!
However, you do fire and graze, kind of like puncture into this dragonborn a bit,
Oh god.
and they stumble back at this, and
Alright.
they growl a bit at you, and you can see crackling lightning in their teeth.
Oh no, please
What?
no! Not again!
Okay.
Not again!
Anything else you would like to do?
Ah!
There's nothing else I can do.
You can move.
Like get
actually,
out
you wanna
of
know
lightning
what?
range?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's as far as I can go from here.
Okay.
Remember
Oh,
that.
for the love of
So
Pete.
keep in mind the
Remember the goo
the
is,
terrain. Yeah. This is difficult terrain unless
Oh,
you're moving at full
frick.
speed. Do you want to move at full speed and risk the dex saves?
No.
No. Okay. So each tile is
2, 3,
double movement, so 10 feet.
4, 5.
I can help you out, Enoch. Don't worry.
Oh god.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this will take me up to about 5. Could I?
Okay.
Just to make sure,
Nah.
you were there, right? So 1, 2,
I was here.
3.
This is fine.
Oh,
Oh,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, you're good.
All right.
Yep. Try and get just like
Next is a spine
trying
of death.
to move over.
God, for the love of Pete, please.
Come at me, bitches.
Oh god,
The
I'm just
orc-
I
trying
mean,
to
one of
run.
those bitches is
So, this half elf is going to try and shove your echo.
Yo,
So,
I don't think hold on, I need to see if my echo is even corporeal. Hold on a
that is
second.
a good
I
That is
thing
an excellent
to
question.
know.
I need to
believe
make
it
sure.
is, but let's check.
I'm checking. Your echo has an AC of 16, 1 hit point, and immunity to all conditions. If it has to make a saving throw, it uses your bonus action with the rolls its size, occupies your space.
Yeah, so it is.
Yeah, if
Yes,
it occupies a
but-
space, then it's corporeal,
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah.
All right.
But I don't think it can be knocked prone if it's immune to all conditions.
No, it's
I
trying to
think
shove
the
it.
thing is that it's the 20-foot drop
yeah.
behind it.
It's
So
trying
it's
to
trying
shove
to.
your echo off of the drop.
Well,
Yeah.
it makes a strength save with
Do
my
it,
DC.
do
It
so-
does.
Pulling Looney Tunes. like,
it wouldn't be a strength save. It would
Or
be a,
athletics or acrobatics, yeah.
correct. That's correct.
Up to you, which one?
I know which one. Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
The half elf
Oh,
get
shoves
it
your
too
echo
confident.
down, and with its 1 hit point, it.
Oh, it disappeared already because that took it out of its range.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
no.
Oh, that's funny.
It can
disappears
only be
when it hits the ground.
yeah, just in a swath
Damn.
of feathers. It's gone.
And the orc completes its conjuring and orders this now up and undead ogre to attack
Wait,
the dragonborn.
I thought it was.
Gonna attack
Oh.
Dragonborn.
Rise and smite my foes!
So I guess I'm not jumping on the orc's back then.
And
Okay.
now
Or the-
the orc,
Am I
you
spinning
can
an act
see-
of necromancy if
No.
I am controlling the necromancer but not doing it myself?
I think at this point you're just playing their game.
The
Oh
orc-
god.
You see the ogre's eyes are white and it moves as if it's being puppeteering by something above, as its movements are unnatural and not based in the laws of physics. It rises up from the ground, chest up, and goes to smack the dragonborn.
Oh please, for the love of God.
Death to the Dragonborn.
Death to the Dragonborn.
To the dragon.
And it crushes it. You hear a crunch.
Oh, I'm glad Renee wasn't there.
And
Yeah.
these three have left the building. They're long gone.
Yeah, get the fuck
Perfect.
out.
Yep.
Get the fuck out.
Next, Nathaniel. Your turn.
I breathe a sigh of relief because the thing that was attacking Renee is gone. It's done. We're out of here. I'm gonna call out, Orc. If you are left unconscious, will the creature not? Will the creature be destroyed or will it rampage?
You can hear, like, kind of almost through telepathically through the orc's mind that the ritual's not totally complete yet. And the,
Oh.
so the ogre may return to its dormant state. If it is cut off soon.
Right.
I have an idea.
Thank you. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep, go to
You're
sleep,
gonna
go to sleep, go to sleep.
Now, this half-elf cannot be slept because it's a
Oh
half-elf.
shit. Oh right,
Yeah,
right,
'cause
right.
it's a half
of course.
elf. Yeah,
this
it's
is an
a-
orc.
However, the orc does go to sleep.
Yay!
And
I love it!
when he does, the ogre falls and not crumbles, but stumbles to the floor. A loud thud, and it goes back to being a corpse.
My plan is now immune. I love sleep. Ah, it's such a good spell.
I am then going to do what I should have done this whole time. 30 feet away, 55 feet away, 35 feet away. I'm going to reach my hands up, stretch out all of the fingers as lines of hot, bright pink shoot out and connect with the heads of Renee, Enoch, and Luna.
Excuse me? What are you doing?
I know exactly what you're doing, and I'm so here for it because
And I use Mantle of Inspiration. You can use.
Inspiration!
You all gain 5 temporary hit points and can immediately use your reaction to move up to 30 feet, up to your speed.
Without
Without
provoking
provoking opportunity attack.
Yes!
You may
Wait,
move
like we can move
right
now?
now.
Yes,
Yep.
Holy
you use
shit,
your reaction,
okay.
but you will move
Thank
right
you.
now.
Thank
Yep.
you. Thank you for putting me exactly where I wanted to be, because I just want to
So,
be right here.
Also remember your 5 temporary
Yep.
HP as
On
I
it.
reach into your minds and will your bodies to move beyond what they normally can.
Oh, Nathaniel, me and you were going to be good friends.
Renee just is like got a beaming smile ear to ear. She's like, this is all too familiar. Like, I've been pulled out of so many bad scrapes. Thank God.
Once the spell is complete, I break the connection, and that is my turn.
All right. Yep, the orc's connection is gone. He's asleep. Luna, all that's left is this half-elf.
Hey, so I realized that I can bring my echo out as many times as I want. I just can't unleash its incarnation more than my a certain amount of times.
Oh.
So it's a bonus action to do. That's why
Ah.
it eats your bonus action.
All
Okay.
right. Well then, let me
My
grab your
shadow,
echo. Again?
my shadow is going to extend. Just
Again.
right there for a nice little flankety flank.
Yep. So
Get that flank.
After the half-elf pushes down the echo, he just laughs. Ha ha ha! Take that! And another one appears. Oh.
Didn't think it'd be that easy, would you? And I would actually like to take a shove action against this fucker to push him down.
All right.
I want to push
Push
him
him like that way.
Show
Yeah! Yeah!
All right, come on, dice, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being cocky before. Just give me yes.
Nice.
I'll
You
take
push
18.
him down, and he falls. Oh, I hate adventure. Ah! And he takes. Ooh, he takes 10 bludgeoning damage.
Oh.
Oh,
He's
nice.
fucked up.
He is
Um,
dying
and
there.
I'm not
He's prone.
doing anything. I'm not doing anything, but I want to. Well, actually, the orc is going to take damage because I
Oh,
showed up
radiant.
here.
Yeah.
I am sorry.
Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. I have a plan. I have a plan. I have a plan. Don't
He
worry,
also
don't worry,
should
don't
be
worry.
taking the radiant damage too. By the
Ooh.
way.
Oh, then he's dead.
Oh.
Oh no! He cooked him alive.
Oh
Okay.
no, he's fried.
Yeah, no. I'm assuming that if this guy's prone on the ground, just for flavor's sake, I just want to have my sword up to his neck when he wakes up from the burning pain.
All right. With that, I would like you to roll an intimidation. See if he surrenders.
Ooh.
You know, you'd think I had mods in intimidation, but I don't.
Don't even worry
see?
about it. Listen, I have a plan. There's a plan in my brain.
If you
I'm
so
a-
wish, and this is a house rule that I like. If you so wish, you can add your strength modifier to it. That's what some people do.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Well,
looking
that
big and
would be a
strong.
plus. That'd be a +2, so that's a 9.
A 9. All right.
Listen, muscles are menacing, dude.
You
Well,
hold up
apparently
your
mine
sword
aren't.
up to just straight at this orc, and he bears his fangs at you.
Eh,
He's still
wrong
being angry.
choice. Wait, do I? Hold
Don't
on.
worry, I got it. I got it.
I'm checking my resources real quick.
Ah, I see.
No, I can't do that. I only have one of those. Okay, yeah, no, that my turn.
Okay.
Don't worry, I got it. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I'm casting it at second level because I can.
Okay.
Go to sleep.
He will continue to take damage if I'm standing next to
Well,
him.
you could always
just so
move,
you
right?
know.
The thing is, you can move, right? Yeah. So she's like,
Yeah,
if you,
I can't.
yeah.
You know
She's
what?
like,
can-
I-
can I-
Because you guys slept him again, I'm gonna say you're out of initiative order and you can move before it does
Woo!
anything.
Oh.
Okay, yeah.
I
Hey!
wanted to shoot him.
Well, you can shoot him.
Well, unfortunately, he's asleep.
You can shoot him while he's asleep.
That's true.
Well, is since he's unconscious, does that automatically crit? I'm trying to remember the rule.
I think it
Cool.
does.
It's gotta be-
Incapacitated?
I can
don't
read
think
it
it-
right now.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Hold on.
I go to my D&D quick reference. He is asleep, which means that he is incapacitated. Incapacitated so you can't take actions or reactions. That can't be right. Unconscious. That's what I'm looking for. You
Yeah.
are incapacitated. You drop whatever you're holding. Attack rolls against you have advantage. Any attack that hits you is a critical hit if the attacker is within 5 feet of you. It doesn't have to be melee though.
Oh.
But question, is
Oh, it doesn't-
is he unconscious or is he just incapacitated?
He's
Those are two
unconscious. He's
different
asleep.
things.
He's asleep.
Okay.
So if you're unconscious, you are
Oh,
automatically
I see
incapacitated.
it written in the spell.
Yeah.
I was looking for specifically the words unconsciousness because I know that it gets really like
Yeah.
finicky.
Which means if Enoch wants to, he can just like walk
He can
right
go
up
over
to
there and
within
shoot him
5
point
feet of this
blank.
guy and dome
Execute
him.
him, yeah.
Yeah, you could totally do it execution style if you want.
In the meantime, Renee, you're pulling along this this
One-
young
yeah.
half elf, and you get a closer look at her. And from your guess, she's probably no older than 10 summers.
Oh, baby. So
She's
as
like
soon
a
as,
little baby. Oh my
yeah,
god.
she is a little
Baby.
baby. So as soon as like it's all kind of calmed down a little bit, she kind of sees that like the danger is not immediate. She starts slowing down a little bit, and then like looks back at the little elf girl and she goes, "It's all right. You're all right. Just take a few deep breaths. We're here to help you. Okay?"
She's got tears running down her cheeks and neck, and she buries her face in your leg as she just kind of holds you around the
Renee
waist.
will immediately like go down and start hugging her like very close, just like patting the back of her hair, like. Shh, shh, shh. It's all
Can I
right.
start?
Alright.
I'm gonna turn my consumption off, by the way, because I'm pretty sure it's out.
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
like
yeah.
to start
It
making
would-
my way towards the kid while Enoch is going to dome this guy.
Yeah.
It's all
I
right. Do it, bien. She's just like it's all
I-
right. She's
I-
just
In
listening.
hopes that even though people might be watching, he is going to put the pistol in the back of the head and says one small prayer. For your crimes against Belcanus, you are hereby sentenced to death for the practice and raising of necromancy.
Renee's gonna like hold the elf girl close just to like cover her ears too.
Yeah.
She's just like hearing that. It's like,
Oh.
She,
no, you're
yeah,
not
she is
in
not
front of a
looking.
10-year-old.
And no rule
Yeah, no,
required.
he's waiting. He's waiting for you to turn her away. If not, also take her.
Oh
out
no,
of
she's
her.
making sure the elf is like buried in her, like
Yep.
just like not looking at all.
No
He
rule
looks at
required.
Nathaniel. Looking at Nathaniel, dead-eyed, pulls the trigger.
You fire.
And-
The bullet goes through the skull of this orc. He dies instantly. The shot rings throughout the dungeon.
And you could still see the faint yellowish glow of the turning gears in his eyes.
It's all
My
right.
face betrays no emotion.
As I'm brushing off the soot from this bursting into a pillar of light, I want to approach Renee and this poor little girl and just very gingerly touch the girl's shoulders and give her my healing hands.
Oh, yay!
She gets 3 points of healing back
Nice.
as she
By the
feels
way-
this very warm, comforting feeling spread from her shoulder where I've touched her throughout her body.
I drop out the empty shells, by the way, because that was actually the last shot.
Nice.
Hear a
That
little
was good
clinking
timing.
onto the floor. Cling, 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 cling. And yes, the wound on
there's-
her leg closes up and scars as you give her your
See.
healing hands.
Easy now. It's going to be all right. We're going to get you out of here. It's going to be fine.
What is your name?
She sniffles. I'm Eliza.
Eliza.
Yeah, God damn it! I was trying to hold it back.
I couldn't. I'm sorry. But no.
Eliza, you were very brave. I need you to be brave a little bit longer, okay?
I want to see Mum.
We're gonna take you to her. Don't worry.
Okay.
Renee will like pick the girl up in her arms so she doesn't have to walk.
No.
Yeah. She's very familiar with it, so she just like will walk the child up and then like look over at Nathaniel and Enoch and just kind of sit there and look around and be like, I don't think we have many people left for questioning, and I don't know how many of your little friends decided to untie their friends outside.
They probably know that their friends are injured. They may be waiting up the stairs. But I do see something here.
While
Is
you
this
walk
behind a
by,
gate?
Yes, it is behind a gate. However,
I'm walking by what?
while you walk by, something catches your eye with your passive perception. Something shiny glistens from the wrists of the ogre, kind of catching your eye. And you see,
will pick that up.
Nathaniel, you see just like from that little glistening, you can see that the ogre's got a bracelet that was shimmering a little light that kind of bounced off of it from, the dimly lit area. And you can see Saw Puller engraved on it.
Renee,
Yes?
the ogre has something around its wrist. See with your eyes. And I'm going to continue
What
walking.
am I, dead meat?
At that, Luna will offer to take the girl, Renee, if you want to go look at it. Big, strong lady will keep child safe.
She will hand the child over to Luna. And as she's like walking down, did Enoch say that loud enough to hear?
Did he?
Did he what?
Did he say like, what am I, like chopped meat? Like out loud, like loud enough?
Yeah, just a bit.
Okay. As she's walking down, she is basically strutting as she looks up at you and says, you are not familiar with certain talents that we happen to possess. He is very good at certain talents, as I am. He knows what my talents are, so he is very familiar with giving me certain tasks. We don't know you well enough to understand what you're capable of just yet, other than aiming something at someone and shooting. So can I kindly ask you to have a conversation afterwards so that when this does happen, we can ask you for the help that is required? As she casts Detect Magic on the band.
You detect no magic on that band. However, taking a closer look at it, you remember Saw Puller was the name of the friend of the very rude tiefling you met in Balkanus that he said went off to chase after the necromancers.
I grab the tag and I just pull it off of him.
What?
Because of course I'm
You're
the
not-
only one in the center of this pillar standing
That's
over.
No,
not
it's on the
Ogre.
it's on the ogre.
The ogre.
It's on the ogre.
Not on the
Oh,
ogre.
on the
It's on
ogre.
the ogre.
Down, yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
why I'm confused.
Well, okay, I was confused too. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I'm just
Oh,
like,
I'm like,
wait,
yeah, what do you
so
mean,
I
Ina?
heard orc.
yeah.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
I understand now. I'm like,
I
okay.
heard orc.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
this
so
makes
it's
way more
ogre.
Yeah.
It's the ogre. Apologies. Yeah, no, it's the ogre that has the band.
That's why I'm confused, and I'm like,
Yeah.
wait, well,
And that's
either
why she
I'm
walked down,
investigating
walking
this
over to
body.
Okay, good.
I'm, trying to,
Do
I'm
that.
taking whatever I can off of this body because I'm a little
Good.
curious as to
Yeah.
what this doom I have.
All right. Well, let's do Enoch first. Enoch,
Yeah, you good.
Yeah.
you find on that body a medium-sized health potion,
Ooh.
which he never had a chance to use.
Oof.
Big oof.
A poisoned dagger, and a mask of a cult member of the Spine of Death.
Wow, those all seem like they would have been really useful against anybody else.
Yeah.
I'll take the dagger. I'm taking the what was it again? The dagger, the mask, the
Medium health
the
potion.
potion.
Yep.
Okay, so
I take the mask and I'm going to bring it over to Nathaniel.
In the meantime,
I'm gonna.
oh no, yeah, okay. Actually,
no,
let's
no,
finish this first.
It's okay. As I like start to open this chest, if that's all right, Enoch will come over to me with the mask. I'll glance over and see it, and then I'll look up at Enoch. Yes.
Because I know you're so good at lying. This might be useful for you. I hand it to him and I walk away.
I'm going to look at this mask. Is there anything particularly special about it besides the fact that it's a cultist mask?
You can roll me in Arcana, Religion, or History.
All right, I will roll Arcana. Yep.
This is not something magical. You can probably tell that it's mostly symbolic more than anything.
I will stare at it for a moment, stare at the mask. The mask stares back at me.
And I look at him. He looks at me.
He looks at me, and I look at him.
And then I will put the mask in my coat, I suppose. I'll just slide it in there, and then I'll start trifling through this guy's stuff.
Okay, in there, you can see that there are more poison daggers, and you can see that there are common clothes, presumably that they changed out of into their robes, kind of all folded together.
How many daggers?
3.
All right, 3 poison dagger. Mine.
Yep.
Anything else?
I'm definitely not rolling loot right now.
That's fine.
And you find a level 2 spell scroll.
Oh, of what?
Ooh.
That it can it is a blank spell scroll, like it's special spell scroll paper.
Ooh.
I could put something on it.
You
You
can
can put whatever you want on it.
I'm going to roll that up and slide it into my coat.
and that is all you
Ooh.
find.
Is this like, is this caged, or can this just? What
Sorry, I didn't describe it right. That is a caged kind of like wall with a door handle, like that you can just open.
Okay, understood. I'll let other people do their things.
While everybody's kind of moving around, I want to be kind of getting information from the girl, who she is, where she's from, where she was captured, what happened, where we might find her mother, so we can get her home. Just very gently. I mean, very like ginger with the child.
Yeah.
Baby. She's a baby.
She says her name. My name is Liza. My mom lives by the woods with my brother. I was out playing, and that man with the scary face approached and took me. And I just want to go back.
We're gonna take you back. Don't worry. It's all over. All of this is all over. I need you to tell me. Can you? Once we get you upside, do you remember where these woods were you lived near? So I can get you home.
She just ponders for a moment.
Is there a river?
I remember trees, how they look and their shape. If I can recognize them.
Good. That's wonderful. And are you from Belcanus proper? Or are you from outside of Belcanus? Or
She shakes her head a little bit. I live outside the walls.
Okay. Well, that narrows it down quite a bit. Do you know how far from the walls you live?
She shakes her head.
Day's travel? Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. Don't worry. This is all over, and we're going to get you out of here. We're going to get you home to your mummy and your brother. All right?
She nods.
And I just kind of adjust her a little bit in my arms. And as I'm waiting for everybody, I just kind of start very softly humming a little tune, just something to fill that space, like this very, the silent space. And while they're all talking, just to give her some sort of comfort while we're waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else anybody wants to do before you leave?
Nope.
No, I think we're
Nope.
good.
All right. And with that, I think we can call our first session of Balkanus Necrohunt complete.
Our first session was almost
Yeah.
5 hours, guys.
So
Woo!
fucking good.
I promise.
Holy
I promise the
crap.
future sessions will not be nearly this long.
No,
This is-
no,
no,
this
let
is
me
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
yes,
no, yeah,
yes,
this
yes.
is. I'm
This is
glad
so
I'm
fun.
glad we went the extra
Fun.
hour.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I'm glad
Hour
we
and
did.
a half.
Hour and a
dude.
half.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
we
was
went
so
on for
good.
a while.
But that's so good for an intro.
A
That-
good
that was
premiere, good
fucking
premiere.
Good.
Yes.
Oh, I love
love
our party so much
everyone.
already.
Yeah.
We have so much to
It's so
talk
good.
about.
Oh, so
Yes,
much
yes,
good
yes,
stuff.
yes.
just evolved into.
Tasty.
Joe, thanks for running this.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for
thank
joining.
you.
And thank you
Of
everyone who came to
course.
watch.
Oh,
Yeah,
can
no,
we look
you
at-
guys have been
Yeah. Can
we open the chat?
phenomenal.
Yeah.
can we open the
Yeah.
chat
Yeah,
now?
yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
it's the end
yeah.
of the session. You can open the chat.
Yeah, I
Everybody
just want to
yes,
see
yes,
all.
yes.
Yes, chat.
Yes,
Hello,
chat.
Hi, everybody. Oh my God,
Hello.
there's
Hello,
oh,
chat.
oh,
Good stream. Great stream and session.
I forgot.
Yeah.
And
So
is
much
there-
fun.
I think we should send these people to some love to a raid target. Does anyone have any
Yeah.
suggestions?
Bracky. Brachyzoid. He's
Bracky?
online right now, and he only has 15 viewers.
Oh, he's
Oh,
playing Sea of
impressive.
Thieves. Do you guys like
Oh,
pirates?
yes, pirates.
Oh yeah,
do it.
pirate.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Oh God, we're gonna freak this poor person out. Oh my God.
Pirates.
Zoid, let me just make sure that's the right one. It is. Thank you all so very much, everyone, for joining in. This was a wonderful session, and tune in again next week at the same time for more necromancy.
Yes.
For
Hi,
more what?
everybody.
More what?
Nothing. Don't worry about
No,
it.
don't worry
Bye.
about it.
That was very
Holy-
good.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my
that was so
God.
Oh my
fun.
god.
That
It was